for May 18th, 2026. We are going to start with public input. Public has an opportunity to come forward, let their comments be known about any issue in the city. I would also indicate that we also have later on another opportunity for that public comment to be included in the regular meeting that we're going to have at the conclusion of the collective committee meeting. I am going to be asking council when it comes time to make comments relative to the ordinances, to have those done at the time that the ordinance is read. I think that would make for a better record. Whether council wants to follow that recommendation or not, I think it would be a good practice so that all the comments are in the regular meeting. But I do not want to discourage anyone at all from coming up and letting their thoughts be known about any particular issue before us. So I'm going to open up the public input. Mr. Tominik, if you'd like to come forward. Please give your name and the city you live in, please.
Tony Tominik, live in Avon Lake, 4th generation. Been here longer than the dirt, I think. I want to change the tone a little bit. I'm here representing tonight the 250th Jubilee. There are good things happening in our town. And if we would all pull on the rope together rather than apart, we could get more things accomplished. I know there's a lot of big things going on in the world, and heck, some of them going on right here. But I'd like just a few minutes to talk about something really positive happening in our community. Yeah, we have a great town, and we do a lot of great things, and all of you help us do those great things. First, I want to thank the volunteers, organizations, sponsors, city employees, and community members who have stepped up to help make our Jubilee happen. Andy Swigert is the chairman of our committee, and he's kindly joining me in case I decide to fall over dead today.
Catch you. Keep going.
Yeah. All right, I got you. Good. The Jubilee 250 Jubilee has been a grassroots effort, and every person who's offered time, ideas, support, encouragement, or resources makes a difference. The only thing you can give people that's valuable is your time. And so when you give time, it's going over to Independence Village and visiting with people who haven't had visitors for a long time. I'm 76, and I love it when my kids come visit me. So think about that. It's your time. And our volunteers, some of you involved in that, are valuable. This weekend, we had the Avon Lake Sports Hall of Fame golf outing over at Sweetbriar. Mr. Smith was kind enough to support the Avon Lake girls golf team in that event. So there's always something good going on here in town. I want to thank Mayor Spetzel. I don't know if you noticed, but he threw out the first pitch at Avon Lake Takeover Day at the Crusher Stadium. I didn't see many of you there, but I did see him throwing out the first pitch. And thank you for doing that. It's called Avon Lake Takeover. You did a great job, Mayor. Thanks. I also want to make sure our community and this council fully understands what the 250 Jubilee is actually about. It's not just another 4th of July. The 250 Jubilee is a community-wide effort to bring Avon Lake together, to meet neighbors, discover local organizations, support volunteers, and spend time together doing things that are simply fun. And honestly, I think our city could use a little more of that right now. So tonight, my biggest goal is awareness. Coming on May 30th is the Golden Paw Awards Parade, something especially fun for dog lovers in our community. I want to interject here. We've been trying to promote our every Saturday event started in May. So every Saturday until July 4th, there's something going on related to the 250th Jubilee. We've had very poor response. People aren't signing up. People aren't volunteering. We had a conversation with the committee, some of the committee members today, that do we need to start pulling events? So that's why I'm here. I need all of your help. I need you folks to help not only volunteer, but encourage other people to register and sign up. Honestly, I think our city could use a little more fun right now. Coming on May 30th, we have the Golden Paws Award and Parade. So every Saturday, we're going to have a pooch parade, a pet parade. and it's going to be up, I believe, at Weiss. Erie View, thank you. And so that's an opportunity for you to show off your pets. Now, I do want to make another point here. In almost all of our events, which are no charge, there is a monetary award. In fact, I have a longest beard contest going that all you have to do is prove you have the longest beard and you get $250. Our committee offered the high school prom goers money to go get their picture taken in front of that beautiful 250 Jubilee sign at Vet Park, and not one person showed up. We had $100 to give somebody. Not one high school student went. Then on June 6th, we have the Field Games Championships on our birthday, on our city's birthday. And by the way, that is throwback, three-legged race, hula hoop contest. I mean, we're doing all these things. There's going to be an area for children to play while their parents and cousins and uncles compete for $250. So we have a bake-off. We have a 2-level bake-off. We have I think it's under 13, right? Yes. Okay, I got to talk faster.
Dominic, how much more time would you need?
I've got maybe a half a paragraph.
Go ahead.
All right, thank you. I apologize. I forgot there was a time limit, and you know me. All right. So we have a Summer Fest coming at Miller Road Park. There's been encouragement to see different organizations and businesses. It's the community that we're trying to build together. For anyone looking for information on what we're doing, you can certainly go to our website. We have a website, 250th Jubilee, and we need people to sign up, and we need you to help us. So some of you got my email about the dunk tank. I'm hoping that you're willing to go thank you, sir. I'm hoping that you're willing to get people to throw stuff at you. I would be glad to throw stuff at you. So I apologize for running over my time limit. Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Dominic. Anyone else wishing to come forward at this time?
Hi, my name's Ann Hetchko, and I'm a lifelong resident of Avon Lake. I would like to follow up regarding last week's council meeting held on Monday, May 15th, 2026, specifically concerning the overlay discussion. I came to this council meeting to express my concerns and to ensure that this redevelopment is handled properly from the very beginning. I support redevelopment, but I want to see it done cohesively, responsibly, and correctly the first time. During that meeting, I asked several questions as a resident of Avon Lake, who was seeking clarification, transparency on matters being discussed publicly before council. However, what concerns me even more was what occurred following that meeting. During the course of last week, an employee of the city of Avon Lake contacted my employer directly to complain about the comments I made during public input. Once I became aware of that communication, it raised serious concerns for me regarding both the timing and the appropriateness of such actions. So tonight, I would respectfully ask council the following. Is it within the city of Avon Lake's policy and procedures for a city employee to contact a resident's employer regarding comments or questions made during public input? As a resident of this community, I attend the meeting to participate in public discussions, ask questions, and voice concerns in a respectful manner. I believe residents should be able to engage in local government without fear of outside contacts involving their employment. I'm simply asking for transparency, accountability, and clarification regarding whether this conduct is considered acceptable by the city of Avon Lake. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hetchko. Anyone else wishing to come forward at this time? Good evening, Mr. Zimmerman. Name and city you live in, please.
William Zimmerman, beautiful Avon Lake. I'd like to respond to what Ms. Hetchko just happened to say. She's afraid, because she doesn't want to have retaliation continue against her, to name that Ted Esborn was the gentleman who called. I'm appalled by that. Our administration had to have known. So now this is with the backing of the mayor? Inappropriate conduct, lack of leadership, again. Disgusts me. No lack of transparency there, right? Speaking of lack of transparency, I want to talk about an encounter that happened on the lake. Cinco de Mayo. It's raining. Somehow, a boat becomes distressed behind CEI, owned by ALERG, the property. Police officers arrive. There's a gentleman there in his own truck. 2 police officers arrive, blocking him in. I had a citizen call and tell me about it, since I've done some research. So my problem is, one of the lieutenants got a personal call from another lieutenant in North Ridgeville, asked for a favor to go and help these people. So they went, unlocked the gate, got them in, they went across the property. I don't know if they called ALERG for permission or not, and supposedly delivered tools and helped to fix this boat so it could limp its way to Lorraine. The problem is, there's not a single record of this occurring. There's no phone call log, there's no data, there's nothing. Zero, zip. So the officers took it upon themselves to use city resources to do this on phone calls that were cellular back and forth between the patrolmen. Lack of transparency? How on earth could that happen? Why would they agree to do that? They should be on administrative leave immediately. An investigation should be done. This is coercion. These people are working together on their job during their pay time to help somebody else out, a friend of somebody. How does that go? Would you get fired at your job if you did that? How are these officers still on duty? Nobody knows, that's why. Now they will. What kind of city do we live in? These people are doing whatever they want. Just like our mayor, who is constantly has to hire all of these guys to show up at $700 an hour. They're sitting here at $700 an hour. Not helping, not doing anything, attending meetings. Why are we paying so much money? Why are we giving it away? What have they done to truly help us? Mr. Davis negotiated the deal that we've signed. That we didn't sign, the mayor signed. He's the only one. Mr. Koss asked questions about it. Nobody has an answer. Everything's under an NDA. Lack of transparency again. Does anybody not see a pattern here? That's why I get up here and I talk about corruption. And I know some of you don't like it when I do, but unfortunately, it's the reality of the world we live in nowadays. It's going to continue to go on until we get a regime change. Oh wait, who thought of that? This is pathetic, our city. What's become of it? And we're going to waste $250,000 on lawyers. I thank all of you who came out and voted down the tax increase. I hope you all have a wonderful evening.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Zimmerman. Who else wants to come forward and talk this evening? I see hands thrown around, pointing to other people to come up. Come on up, whoever wants to come up. Welcome back.
Hi,
Nate?
Debbie Rutan, fairly new resident of Avon Lake. I didn't plan on coming up here tonight. You guys have seen enough of me. I think you've gotten to know me well enough for now anyway. But after the previous comments, I would like to say that I hope the kind of town that we live in is the kind of town where a police officer can have the ability to drop what he's doing and go help a boater in distress. There's nothing corrosive, or what is the word? Corrosion. There's no corrosion involved in helping another human being in distress. And you cannot read devious thoughts into every single action that every employee or council member or mayor or anybody else that does good things for this community does. It's time to either give it a break, get back to reality, or move. Because if you're that unhappy, maybe you're not living in the town I want to live in. Other than that, the last comment I have is I would like to invite Allard, which I won't turn around because I'm not allowed to talk with them, right?
You're not supposed to.
But
That's
this is
correct.
friendly. This is a friendly.
Yeah.
I would like to invite Allard to sign up to be in the dunk tank. Great fundraiser.
All right, thank you.
Listen at you.
All right, anybody else wishing to come forward? Hello, Mr. Witt.
Good evening, Mr. Smith. Good to see you again. I'm Malachi with Avon Lake.
Thank you.
Mr. Smith, I'm sure, or hopefully you're familiar with the financials that the administration has been passing around. Amy Gentry did a great job putting that together, putting some information about that together. I wanted to ask you a few questions about it. Which I believe is from the finance director, but with the 1,200 units, there's the assumption that that's going to increase or add about 2,200 residents estimated. And the discussion or the assumption is that 10% of those residents are going to work in the city, 220 people, and that is part of the tax base that makes this whole project viable. Are we on the same page as far as?
I didn't hear a question in there.
I was just confirming if you're agreeing with that information, if we're talking about the same thing. But I'll go ahead and ask the question. So those 220 people, the assumption is they're going to be earning over $100,000 a year in Avon Lake. And so my question to you, Mr. Smith, is do you know of 200 jobs currently open in Avon Lake that pay $100,000 or more?
What I do know is that when our income tax base increases and when we have property values, I was told earlier today, I heard Mr. Shamir say that when there's property values, do not do anything for the city other than that they bring in wage earners. And what the amount of the wage earners that our high property values brings in, I think is more than just the base of what we have. So I think as you bring in more wage earners and the better places, that you'll have more wage earners. That's what I think. So I don't know that I reflect everybody on council, but you asked me that question, and I'm happy to answer that for you.
Okay, so just a clarification, those wage earners, the city only realizes that income when they work in the city, correct?
The city sees income tax come in when people work within the city. That's correct. We did put an income tax on to try and bring in more income so we could take care of our roads, but that failed. And that failed for a lot of reasons that I don't know the reasons why. I have some conjecture on why some of them failed, but that's something that's just the reality is that we needed that money to try and fix roads.
Well, that's for the roads though, that's not for the rest of the infrastructure related to the 1219 project. And
Well,
so,
it would have affected, had we, if and when we approve this, it would affect the ability for people that live there to pay more taxes for us, like it would affect everybody else. And the whole purpose was to try and level out the income tax burden.
So are you, well, my next question is, are you then based on, all the research you've done about this project 1219, are you confident that there are enough open employment jobs that pay enough money to generate enough income tax for the city to offset the costs of this project that would make this project economically viable? Are you confident in that?
I am confident that the project is economically viable, and I have other comments that I'm going to make at the time that it's appropriate for me to do that.
Okay. My next question is, Mr. Smith, how many residents that are not on council or part of the administration contacted you in support of 1219?
I would say that I have had several people. I have received a lot of emails, but I've also received emails positive for it. And I would say that the telephone calls that I've had, which are not that many, have for the most part been in favor of the project.
So would you say that you had more support contact you or more people against it contact you?
I'm talking about the people that contacted me to talk to me personally about the project.
Okay.
And
So,
it was definitely more in favor than against.
okay, so you didn't get a lot of emails saying like they were against it, or?
I did quantify it by saying that the people that reached out and contacted me personally and called me.
Okay, so
So I have received a lot of emails. A lot of them are cut and paste and everything else like that. So I don't know where you're going with this, but
I'm just trying to gauge whether you would think it's responsible as a council person to vote in favor of a piece of legislation when you've had more negative contact from the residents than you've had support, is where I'm going with this, but you're evading the question.
I'm not evading any questions. I'm asking your questions as you're putting them to me. What I am telling you is that as a council person, I'm elected to represent the whole city.
Only the
The
people that
whole
call
city,
you?
26,000. Not just the people that email me, not just the people that call me, but the information that I have and everything that has and is presented to me. That's what I'm gonna use to make my decision when the time comes later. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. That's all my questions I had so far.
Anyone else wishing to come forward? Come on up.
Hi, Jim Montgomery in Avon Lake.
Hi, Mr. Montgomery.
How are you?
Thank you for being here.
I got a quick question. It's like 3 seconds long. What determines when we say the Pledge of Allegiance of the flag at the beginning of some meetings and some not? I really don't know. I'm just asking.
Tradition has made it that we say the Pledge of Allegiance before regular council meetings. That's where that comes from. We will be having a Pledge of Allegiance later on at the regular meeting. And Mr. Kaz also asked for a moment of silence, which we will have for Memorial Day.
So, but it's not it's like right now, we didn't do it.
We will later, but it's basically been a tradition. That's all I can answer you with.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Smith, Mr. Smith, we can also refer to 220 in our rules over here. 220 is the council rules, and it'll tell you what the outline is for our meetings. And everybody forgive me, I was delayed 3 hours at one airport and an hour and a half at another airport. I'm glad I'm here.
Okay.
So, Mr. Smith, just clarify that we have a joint meeting. 7 o'clock was the start of our CCM. And then once we're finished with our CCM, we'll start our regular council meeting, which is where we do the Pledge of Allegiance. So on a double, we'll do our CCM first, then our council, and at that point, we'll do the pledge.
If it's only a single,
If it's only a single and it's a council meeting, we do the pledge. If it's a CCM, we won't.
thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to come forward? Ms. Wallace, come on forward.
I just have more questions, probably some of the same. The 1,200 units.
Do we need your name?
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Beth
No worries.
Wallace, Avon Lake since 2010. But the 1,200 residential units, I don't think I've heard guidelines of condos, apartments, and I haven't seen what guidelines the city has in place for rentals. We have Aquamarine that has a lot of rentals, some condos. But is there any guidelines in place to guide what we would like to see there? Obviously, we can't dictate, but what rental guidelines do we have in the city so that that doesn't become the perch? With the numbers on this sheet, 8.3 million annual property taxes, that would lead me to think that they already have proposed home values, because how can you create a proposed income if you don't have a guess of what kind of values, 100,000 homes versus, or $100,000 properties versus $500,000 properties create different property values. So I haven't seen that. Has that been presented to us of, price point of these units, rental versus condo. Same thing with the school revenues. Where has that economic plan, or how are they calculating these numbers? Has that been presented to make sure that these numbers are accurate? And does all this match with the economic plan that we would hope that the city has to verify these projections match and support? And then I had some questions on the worst case scenario. I know there's lots of off ramps for the city to get out of the contract, and we're fined $100, not a huge deal. But if we back out of the contract, for whatever reason, what happens? What happens? What happens to the project? What happens to the land? What happens to our insight into that? Just what happens to the project if we back out of the contract? Same thing, ALRG is going to do this. They're probably going to sell it to another developer everybody has got to make back their money. Developers occasionally go out of business or go bankrupt, and sometimes projects are left. What if, worst case scenario, if somebody down the line before this is finished goes bankrupt, what happens to the project, the land? Do we have an undeveloped land? Do we have a half-developed land? What happens to all of it? And of course, the income that we are projecting, all of these wonderful numbers, what happens to the income that we are expecting? And then worst case, what happens if the school does not support a TIF, does not come up with something that is a win-win for everybody? Maybe they will, but what happens if they don't? Again, what happens to the project? What happens to the land? Are we back at ground zero a year and a half ago? What happens to that project in all of these worst case scenarios? If we don't know the answers, I think then a pause on 1219 as it is in order until some of these questions and economic plans can be fully brought to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, anyone else want to come forward? Come on forward. Good evening, Mr. Phillips.
Good evening.
Name and city, please.
Gerald Phillips, Avon Lake, 20-year resident, certified public accountant, tax attorney, also attorney for the residents of Avon Lake. I'm not against economic development. I want the Avon Lake power plant developed, but I want it done through the proper process, legally, not rushed, with due diligence and a comprehensive, extensive economic analysis, which we haven't done yet. We need economic feasibility with sensitivity analysis, both short-term, long-term, and even considering discounted cash flow. I made a number of substantial changes.
Can you hold on a second? Pause this time. Hold on, pause your time.
I made a number of substantial changes, and you all received a number of weeks ago. And they were taken from other cities who have apartment-type zoning. I had more than 2 minutes. Okay?
Hold on.
It was at 4 minutes when I heard the bills.
Mr. Phillips, go back to 5 minutes, please. I'll take you back to your full 5 minutes. You're on. Go.
I made a number of substantial changes to 1219. And they were from an extensive review of other cities' apartments, multifamily regulations, and zoning code. Planning Commission never did that. And since I didn't hear any discussion here about my changes in an open meeting before council, it appears that nobody considered them. And I think that's a lack of performing your duties. That should have been discussed in an open meeting. We got changes that came out of, I don't know what meetings, but I didn't hear them here. So, you want to rush it? I think if you rush it, you're doing it illegally. You know, there's no comparison of B3 special district, Commerce district with the 1218 overlay versus the 1219. There should be a comparison of the two. And look at them. both from an economic point of view to see what's best for the city. We haven't done that. I consider that lack of due diligence. If I was on council, I would want that done. With my accounting background, I would want that done. If I was finance director, I would have wanted it done, and I would have provided analysis. Those changes that have been made and are highlighted in red, highlighted in yellow, are amendments to the original sections. Me and the law director are going back and forth. He says that it's legal. Unfortunately, Mr. Ebert's wrong. I have a legal memorandum, which you all get, and there's clearly cases that talk about the fact that the Planning Commission needs to review those changes. And it's clear. So you basically have a choice. You can honor my request to send it back to Planning Commission and review it as it is with the changes. And it'll go through the process. There'll be a Planning Commission meeting. It'll come back to council. It'll have 3 readings. It'll get passed in a month or 2, or maybe 2 or 3. But if you don't, okay, you're going to face litigation. It's going to be challenged. And we all know how costly and expensive and prolonged litigation is. And we also know how long we can look at the Place Solution or the Alps case. Look how long that took to resolve. You want that? All I want is done legally. And if you're going to do things illegally, I'm going to be the watchdog out there protecting the city. Because I don't think we're getting proper legal advice from Mr. Davis. I believe he's negotiating. He's got a conflict of interest, and he's been negotiating for ALERG. Because why don't we have the submerged land lease in the PSA? Now, as far as the question, if the city backs out of the PSA, yeah, there's a liquidated damage clause of $100. So we don't need the threats that the mayor keeps going on through the last year. Well, we're going to be subject to lawsuits and we're going to have thousands and millions of dollars to pay. That threat goes away. So we don't have to worry about those idle threats. You know, ALAR has already bought the property. If we back out of the PSA, you know what's going to happen? They still own it. You know what they're going to do? They're going to come back to the table and renegotiate the deal so we will get a better deal. That's what will happen. They're not going to sit on that property forever. They're not going to walk away from it. They're going to come back and say, hey, let's go back to the table. Maybe then we'll get a good deal. Maybe then, rather than Todd Davis negotiate it, you guys negotiate it in an open meeting in council. I would love that. I would love to say, hey, I want the green space. I don't want to pay $15 million. I don't want to remediate it for $15 million. I don't want to take $30 million away from the school district. I'd love to hear that. We're giving him 1,200 units upside of $405 million. That's a heck of a lot of property to give away and get nothing in return. Terrible deal for the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. If you want to bring those forward, I'll be happy to pass them out. I'll get it.
Yeah, one for the law director.
Thank you. Come on forward, Mr. Gentry.
Gary Gentry, Avon Lake. I have a question about the proceedings.
Hold on, so we need your name and city you live in.
Gary Gentry, Avon Lake.
Thank you.
Will there be public input in the next meeting?
Yes, sir, will.
Okay, then that's all I need to know.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Come on forward. Name and the city you live in, please.
Joelle Magyar, Avon Lake.
Welcome.
Thank you. I just wanted to, I think there's a lot of misinformation going on about the involvement that the school has had in any of the conversations around this project. And I just want to clarify on the record what has taken place and what hasn't taken place. And what hasn't taken place is any conversation within the last year around this project. I was sent this document exactly last Tuesday by Mayor Spetzel, which I appreciate. It's the first time I had seen this document. Did question where some of these numbers came from, what was the justification on it. Did not get an answer on some of those questions, was referred to ALERG, which we do have a meeting scheduled for Wednesday at 2 o'clock to hopefully get some answers around where these figures were calculated. But the school has not been involved in any conversations. There's a disclaimer at the bottom that clearly says that it's all about the school and our agreement with it, but it's really difficult to agree to something when you haven't been part of the conversations from the get-go. It's also a little bit frustrating on these numbers because when I look at what the school district was making when it was a power plant, we received about $5 million a year from the power plant. When it closed, obviously, we did not receive that much. And then the process of devaluing the property, so all of that acreage got devalued down to $12 million. I'd love to know where those comparables are, which I asked our county auditor for, and they could not provide us with any comparables as to how you would get 46 acres of lakefront property valued at only $12 million. ALERG also tried to get it down to $1 million. Why? Because when you negotiate a TIF, you're paying taxes on the base. So if the base is $1 million versus 12, it's more advantageous for a developer to come in and pay those taxes on $1 million versus 12. This is killing the school district. And it doesn't help that we worked so hard to pass a levy that we decreased on our own back in May. Last May to $3 million, and our county commissioners took $1.3 million of that last year because they were able to vote on the piggyback credit, which is not your issue. I get that. But to sit here and have us look at this, want to have us negotiate a TIF when we haven't even been asked to sit at the table to talk about and have no idea where these numbers came from is very frustrating. What I also want to make very clear is me as the superintendent of the school district, I get no vote. I get no vote. So when I'm being told that I'm being difficult to work with and I'm being difficult when it comes to this TIF, I have no say. I don't get a vote at this. My role is to bring things to my board for my board to vote on. And I've had nothing to bring to my board. So I just wanted to set the record straight before you make any decision on moving forward on this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. Anyone else wishing to come forward? Welcome.
Hi, thank you so much for letting everyone comment. My name is Michaela Highland. I live in Avon Lake. Many of you know me, some of you don't. But today I'm here as a resident, business owner, and someone who have been fortunate enough to love Avon Lake my entire life. I grew up in Beach Park Tower, right across the street. My mom was a custodial worker, and my stepdad was a maintenance man. They maintained that building so that our family could have the opportunity to stay here because we weren't in the economic ability to be in Avon Lake otherwise. So I'm thankful that I was able to grow up across the street and have Avon Lake shape me. I'm here tonight because Avon Lake is so important to me. It's shaped who I am, the mother that I am, bring my kids back here to raise them. And I want to see our lakefront become something extraordinary. I really do. I want to walk down there someday, feel proud what the community has built. I want our kids to grow up with a green space, with gathering places, with a waterfront that finally reflects the potential that that area has always had. I want a positive vision for Avon Lake and that matters to me deeply. I would love to see something that truly creates community, like more walkability, maybe even a small boardwalk, places people want to spend time. You know, in our brains, we can imagine so many things that this could be. And for me, I'm like, oh wow, that'd be cool if it was a place like a mix between Crocker or downtown Vermillion, whatever. But my sparkly ideology and hopes and dreams are not why we were at this meeting today and why so many people showed up. The reason that we're here is because when you love a place, it means being critical and it means telling the truth even when that's difficult. And tonight, I have to be honest with council that I believe there's a lot missing from this ordinance. I grew up near that water, like I said. I remember watching them pull bodies from the water every year. And if not every year, it was really often when the beach was open. And I still get emotional even thinking about that. That's part of the reason I wanted to come tonight, is because that image does not leave you, especially when you're a child watching that. And it was with a lot of frequency for those of you that have been here for a long time. Part of why I'm asking sincerely, what provisions are being built into this development to protect the people who will come here? Will we expand safety requirements as part of this? Can we improve signage proactively? I'm asking what real consultation has happened with our fire department, our EMS, our police. 60 residential units per acre across a large lakefront development will permanently change the demands on all of those services. The people who already live here deserve the same response times that they have today. So do any new residents and potential visitors. Has a formal infrastructure and emergency services impact study been conducted meaningfully with department heads at the table? If not, I believe that needs to happen before we even think about a density figure being locked into code. I also am concerned about 121907, which allows development standards, including height, setbacks, and parking, to be waived when a developer frames a project as creative design. What this council sets tonight or in the future should be standards, not just simple suggestions. Any waiver of those standards should require a public hearing with proper notice and transparency so that residents have a voice before rules are written around a specific proposal that will affect the future of Avon Lake. I also want to plainly speak about affordability. I'm not talking low income. We've all heard those arguments and objections in the past, but I am talking about the hardworking people who keep getting priced out of Avon Lake. The people who clean our buildings, maintain our infrastructure, work in our restaurants, have given decades of their lives to this community, deserve a place in its future. Housing in Avon Lake has already started to hit $250,000 or more, even in some of our small cottage community areas. Nothing in this ordinance guarantees a single unit will be in reach from a working Avon Lake family. The gap is already widening. We all know it's gotten worse since COVID, and we have an opportunity right now before approving something like this to require a meaningful, affordable housing set aside in this. Once this passes, any leverage we have regarding that would be gone. Finally, the current lake is closed. We all know that there are active public health postings at the park next door. Again, I grew up in that environment. I'm well aware of the conditions that are there. I'm not asking council to solve any of that tonight. There's a lot to be talked about and thought about, but I'm just asking you to consider those potential risks. I may sound critical, but everything I've said tonight comes from the same place. I love Avon Lake so much, and I believe in what it can become. I also believe the people of the city deserve a process that is as serious as the decisions that are being made by you all. Please consider returning to the drawing board with these conditions, including a publicly released emergency services and infrastructures. I have like 4 more sentences. Can I finish?
Yes, you certainly
Sorry.
may. It's all right.
Please consider going back to the drawing board with conditions of a publicly released emergency services and infrastructure impact study, a requirement that any waiver development standards triggers a public hearing, mandatory affordable housing set aside, and strict environmental health and safety considerations before anyone even considers allowing someone to live or gather on that land. Please do this right. This community has waited long enough to deserve something special. And finally, ask yourselves, is 2019 as it stands what's best for Avon Lake or what's best to attract a developer? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Highland. Anyone else? Come on forward. Name and please give us the name and the city you live in.
Hi, my name is Aiden Allen, Avon Lake. Over the last 6 years, Avon Lake has seen a steady wave of new development, condos by Huntington Bank on 83, multiple sections of Legacy, Southport by Giant Eagle. Sorry, I don't do this too often. The Harbor, Port West, and even development next to Independence Village. I'm sure there are some that I'm forgetting. Growth can be a good thing, but at some point we have to stop and ask, how much is too much? That's why I'm concerned about the possible enactment of Chapter 1219. The power plant may have been an eyesore to some people, but it was also part of our city's character and history. Replacing it with something is one thing, but changing the code to allow buildings up to 100 feet tall is something else entirely. Under this proposal, buildings could reach 100 feet, and even along Lake Road, they could be up to 75 feet for part of the property. That's a major shift from what we're used to, and I don't think it fits the scale or feel of Avon Lake. It also raises some very practical concerns. Buildings that are 75 to 100 feet tall come with safety demands we've never had in Avon Lake. Can our fire department's current equipment even reach those heights? If not, upgrading would be a major expense, and residents already voted down increased fire department funding back in 2022. And it's not just fire equipment. Taller buildings mean more demand on roads, utilities, and infrastructure. Those costs add up quickly, and they're not things the community has been eager to take on if you look at the ballot results over the last few years. Instead of changing the rules to allow taller, denser buildings, I think it makes more sense to work within what we already have. I'm not opposed to development on the site at all, including apartments, condos, but I do think the height being proposed goes too far. There are plenty of ways to do this well without pushing up to 75 or 100 feet. At the end of the day, this really comes down to who we're listening to. From what I've seen and heard, many residents aren't asking for buildings this tall. And there are plenty of examples in nearby cities of well-designed apartment projects that don't go anywhere near those heights. So if that's the case, why is this still moving forward? And why are we not taking seriously what the vast majority of residents are saying instead of what developers are pushing for? I've never come to a meeting before, so that should show something. I love Avon Lake. I've lived here my entire life. I work in Avon Lake. I've actually only worked in Avon Lake. I want to continue living here, but it's discouraging to see the council move forward in a way that doesn't seem to reflect what many residents are asking for. I already said that. Pretty much I've never come to a meeting before, but this issue matters enough to me that I felt I needed to speak. And you know, I'm one of those types of people that I have friends that leave Avon Lake, and I always am like, why are you leaving Avon Lake? Avon Lake is great. But a lot of people have told me, at least some of my younger friends, have told me that Avon Lake has started to lose its charm of what it used to be. It used to be a small town. And now, like I said at the beginning, there's been development all over the place. I mean, I used to hang out on a hill over on Walker Road Park. It's all that, I think, Port West or whatever it is now. I have pictures of being there in 2020. Now there's Huntington Bank, there's those condos going there. I used to work at Marco's Pizza. Now that farm and all around by Las Margaritas is all going to be increased legacy development. Anyways, I strongly encourage the council to delay the vote and genuinely consider the voices of the people who live here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Anyone else wishing to come forward? Good evening, Ms. Schneider.
Yep. Mary Schneider, Avon Lake. I have some questions. If these rosy figures don't all pan out, who will bear the losses and costs if the developer fails to sell all of the units or sell them at the price it hopes to get, reducing the valuation of the property and the property tax revenue the city would get? Is it the developer or is it the city? Or what if some of the commercial space is not leased out to businesses, reducing jobs and income tax revenue to the city? Or what if more of the buyers of the condos than predicted are exempt from paying income tax to the city, reducing income tax revenues? Who takes the losses and assumes the risk here? Is it the city or the developer? From what I've looked at now, it seems like the city is going to be the one assuming the risks. And if that's the case, you must not go forward with the zoning change in this agreement. I'm also concerned about the density. I don't think that the prospect of getting a lakefront park is worth the negative impact this housing development will have on the quality of life or on the surrounding infrastructure. And we're talking about putting this many units, about 2,500 new residents, 2,000 or more cars on a 20-acre site, which is a very small area that's not designed to handle, the infrastructure is not designed to handle that. And at present, nobody seems to know what these costs would be or whether the city or the developer would pay them. And what about the role of the vertical developer, who at present is unknown? I mean, shouldn't we be dealing with them, with this sort of a deal instead of with Allerg? Currently, there's no language in 1219 or in the interim agreement that would prevent the vertical developer from seeking or demanding further concessions from the city. So we could go forward with this, and then Allerg sells it to, some other company, and then they come here with their hat in their hand, explaining why they need, us to foot the bill for extra infrastructure costs or whatever it is. If you decide to adopt 1219, which I think would be a tremendous mistake, you at least need to add this language to protect the city's interests. I just think there are just too many unanswered questions and financial risks to adopt 1219 and essentially commit the deal to approving this deal. Because if you adopt 1219, the city is supposed to just go through with this. So I'm just asking you to vote no on these, on 2636 and on 2637R. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schneider. Anyone else ready, or wants to come forward at this point? All right. Oh, yes. Come on forward. Welcome again.
Thanks for knowing you, Avon Lake, Ohio. I was going to talk about something that I was still typing up. It's called candidiasis, which tens of millions of people in this country have. I have it too. I refuse to give up my candidiasis because I do not wish to lose 40 pounds. But I'll talk about that another time. When I first heard about, before the power plant started coming down, I was at Johnny's Boathouse restaurant here in Avon Lake. There were engineers, and they were bragging. Now, I didn't know if they were bragging true stories or just making things up. But the numbers they said was 3,500 condominiums. The numbers they said was 500 underground, no parking for the rest, and they would be able to get parking all over Avon Lake. If you go to Lakewood, Ohio, you go to Cleveland, Ohio, and you look at the mess they have with the parking, people park their car a mile away from where they live, more than a mile away from where they live. They walk to their home regardless of the weather. If they need their vehicle again, they have to remember where they're parked. And it's a bad situation. Now, I don't want to see Avon Lake become that situation. You have to, if you're going to have some ideas, I talked to Cause back then, before they took that power plant down. I talked to Jennifer sometime after what was going on. I scouted Avon Lake around, and I'm thinking, we had a nice community, and it's going to be a mess if they have no parking facilities. And I mentioned, I like ideas like candy shops, flower shops, pet stores, bike shops, restaurants, quite a few other ideas. And rather than all those condos with no parking facilities. And I'm asking you people to please dig into this even more than you've been. Do not let them, like City Hall did to Cleveland, like City Hall did to Lakewood, turn their parking facilities into a mess. Jennifer told me she would never do that. She's an Avon Laker. We met in her office, and I'm saying it now. Those engineers said they could even developer could come up with high-priced lawyers, and there's high-priced lawyers here, and I doubt they're worried about if Avon Lake becomes a very great place or becomes a mess. I think they're more worried about their paychecks, and they're making a lot of money from what I understand. So all I'm gonna say now is, I'll talk about candidiasis another time, because there's a lot of people that are so overweight and they would like to lose their weight, and that's the medical scientific term, candidiasis, that I'll talk about later. But please, before you let lawyers and developers run all over Avon Lake, and then they go away with their fat checks, make sure that you don't sell out the future of Avon Lake, because there's a lot of Avon Lakers that would like to keep it the way it is, and I'm one of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Scan one more time. I don't see any. I'm going to close the public input part of the CCM. At this point, remember, we'll be able to come back, and you'll be able to come back up at the regular council meeting that we have scheduled in a little while. Next on our agenda is the standing committees of council, which brings us to the Human Resources Committee. Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Council President. The time is 8:02. The Human Resources Committee is called to order. This is a quorum with committee members, myself, Mr. Koss, and Mr. Smith. I'm happy to see such a large turnout for the HR committee. I'm sure that's why, we always bring a crowd. First order of business is the approval of minutes. The minutes from the April 20th, 2026 Human Resources Committee were previously distributed. Are there any corrections to the minutes? There being no corrections to the minutes are approved as prepared and published. Next is the reports. The first report will come from the Human Resources Director, Ms. Carnia.
Thank you, Councilman Reynolds. We have a few items on our report. Before I get there, I just wanted to make a quick statement. The City of Avon Lake, as you probably know, has about 250 hardworking employees. Many of them are professionals, and all of them well qualified in what they do. And I have not talked to one yet who doesn't want what's best for the City of Avon Lake. If there is any concern about any employee's conduct at any time, it would be an appropriate forum to contact the Human Resources Department, which is right here in front of you, or the mayor if you prefer, and give us an opportunity to address those concerns directly. So thank you to the resident who made a comment about that, and we welcome hearing more about that in an appropriate forum. From our director's report, we'll start with staffing updates. Today, we spoke with our candidate for city engineer, and unfortunately, she declined the offer that we extended to her last week. We had a number of conversations last week with this candidate. Things were positive and looking good. She, on Friday, asked for an additional day or additional couple of days the weekend to consider the offer, and called this morning and let us know that her main reason for rejecting our offer is that in her current position in her current municipality, she worked hard to build a great team. She's very proud of the team that she built and works with. They're qualified professionals who she enjoys working with, and the more that she thought about leaving her team, the more emotional that she got about it, and she realized that she was in the right place now and could not leave her team. She secondarily mentioned that financially she didn't think that the offer would work for her. When I asked more questions about that comment, she said that she had to go back to the great team that she had built as being the number one reason for not leaving her current position. So that's new information for the city. We will regroup and get back with you on next steps soon. As far as Public Works labor position, the one position that we have open goes, we are continuing interviews. We had one interview last week and one person who was out of the country for an extended period of time, so we're circling back with him in the next week or two
for completion of interviews. And Public Works seasonal laborers are currently under either pre-hired checks or some are starting this week. We have, I believe, 10 total seasonal laborers who will be joining us for the next couple of months. Any questions about staffing updates?
Mr. Koss?
Yeah, thank you. Lieutenant Tibbetts retired on Friday. Can you update us on that position, if that's been filled yet or what the intentions are?
No, we have, and I think Ms. Marin will provide a civil service update. We have testing that's coming up, which is item number 2 on the HR director report for the sergeants, Avon Lake Police. Because of retirement, we have testing on June 25th from 9 to 11 a.m., as well as fire testing on June 16th. And I just learned today about laborer testing, which is also happening, labor and patrolman testing, that's happening on June 20th.
But what about the lieutenant's position that he occupied, that he had? I see the sergeant testing. There's a vacancy with lieutenant.
You want to answer?
There's currently a list for lieutenant, so there's no need for a test.
Okay.
And Lieutenant Tibbetts, his last day is July 3rd. So technically, he's still
on the books for another month.
So it's a matter of when the chief and the mayor intend to fill that
So
spot.
that could be promoted then from within with administration? Okay, thank you.
With the current standing list we have.
Okay, thank you. That's what I was looking for.
Okay, it looks like we covered item number 2. Just to mention as well that there is also a retirement in the fire department, and we have testing for that coming up on June 16th as well. Item number 3, you should have in front of you copies of draft job descriptions for the assistant fire chief and fire chief positions. These descriptions are a work in progress. We are not looking for council's approval at this time yet. We revised the former job descriptions as, once we reviewed them, we found that some of the qualifications there were probably not as accurate as we wanted them to be, and we wanted to add some more leadership knowledge and skills to these positions. So those are the changes that have been made so far. The next step is for these job descriptions to be provided to civil service. As a matter of fact, they have been provided. Civil service will review them on June 1st, and then we'll come back to HR committee and council after that time.
Mr. Koss?
Yep. Thank you. When they come back to council, would we be able to have a red line version so we can, you mentioned where the changes are going to come from, but it would be helpful to see what those changes are. So if you'd be able to do that when it comes back to HR committee, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. And just the last item to mention is, as the city continues to evaluate our budget, we continue to evaluate costs in an analysis having to do with our healthcare benefits. This is a back-end analysis and not an analysis front-facing the employees. We recently met with an actuary who specializes in healthcare, and this actuary is helping us to prepare a projection report that will give us some good data on being able to make a decision as to how we move forward with our costs for healthcare, hopefully saving the city some money.
All right, any questions from the committee? Mr. Smith?
Yeah, I have 2 questions, actually. We'll start with what you just said. Have you done any projections at all on what it's going to cost or what it's going to save the city?
There have been some pretty preliminary, I'll call them guesses. So we don't have a whole lot of data to back up those guesses.
Okay. And then second, back to the testing. When I walked in this evening, I saw that there were a couple tests on the door. Can you let the public know what those examinations are for and when they are, please?
Ms. Rosmarin?
Sure. They're both for same day, June 20th is for patrolman, police officer, entry level, and then the public works laborer.
And when do they have to have the applications in by?
The applications need to be in by the 12th of June, and it is posted on the city's website. and it's been posted in various locations.
All right, so we're doing tests for June, you have to apply by June 12th for a laborer and for a police officer. You have to apply by June 12th, and the test is June 20th, right?
Correct, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Fenderbosh?
Thank you. I'm not on the committee, but I am a councilwoman. I want to go back to the fire chief and the assistant fire chief. These are non-union positions, and right now the descriptions are being reviewed, correct? What about the formula for the salaries? Is that also being reviewed?
Yes, we are currently collecting a benchmark salary from other municipalities our size so that we can gauge the appropriate salary range for our positions.
And will they be presented together for council's approval or separately?
It would be ideal to have them together.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Shamir?
As a follow-up to the issues that were discussed by the resident earlier, I would like to request a formal investigation to be done and the report to come back to us, because that is some serious allegation. If the city or its employees have contacted someone's employer, then we need to understand exactly what has happened and that we fully ensure that there are control measures in place, that it never happens again. That is unacceptable behavior if that's what's happened. So just want to make that comment. I'd like that investigation to be completed and no longer than a month. Thank you.
The city is happy to conduct investigations. We have no knowledge of, at least I can speak for the HR department, we have no knowledge of any of these things happening and didn't have any knowledge going into the meeting today. So that would be our first step, is to collect facts.
Any other questions from council, from the committee, for the director? Thank you. All right. Next on the agenda is the Civil Service Commission update. The Civil Service Clerk, Rose Marin.
I think we've highlighted everything, but I'll just reiterate that the commission is looking to fill a captain position. One of our captains will be retiring in August, so there's going to be a fire captain promotional exam. 3 candidates have applied for the position and will take the test, the written test, which is in June. Then that will be followed by a fire lieutenant promotional exam, which I have 11 candidates have applied for that position as well, and that test will be in June. And then one other thing is I heard that there may be a firefighter paramedic appointment, a conditional offer, I think, and that might be a possibility where final offer was extended. Police department, there is a police sergeant promotional that will take place at end of June, along with the police officer exam in June and a fire and a public works labor exam in June. So those are the updates for civil service. I'll
Thank
report
you.
back after the exams occurred and let you know the details.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Council? No? Okay, moving on to the next order of business, new business, the already spoken about updated fire chief and assistant fire chief job descriptions. I can talk. Is there any questions or comments from the committee or council on the job descriptions? Okay. I see on here that we are able to possibly move those job descriptions to the next collective committee meeting. Should I just make that motion? Yeah, okay. I move to forward the job descriptions for fire chief and assistant fire chief to the collective committee meeting on June 1st, subject to the recommendation of the Civil Service Commission. Do I have a second. Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The motion passes. And then unfinished business, as we learned earlier, the city engineer had declined the position, the offer. I did have one question, and I'm sorry to make you get back up. What are the next steps in the process of trying to get another, an engineer?
We'll get back with you soon. We just got this news today, so we're still
Okay.
working on it.
Perfect, thank you. Mrs. Fenderbosch?
Thank you. If I could ask the HR director a question directly? Thank you very much. So I understand that there was a pretty good universe of applicants, and I'm sure that universe is going to be reviewed again before you would open it up to others, or are you at the point now where you want to open it up to new people? Or is that a discussion internally that needs to happen?
I think it's a discussion that will have to happen.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions? We're good? Okay. This goes to the final part of the meeting, public input. Members of the audience shall be permitted to speak only once, up to 3 minutes, on any of the agenda topics. Are there any questions or comments from the public? Mr. Zimmerman.
William Zimmerman, beautiful Avon Lake. I'd like to have an opportunity to speak about the police officers and this issue up on the lake. The problem is that there's no body cam, there's no records of any calls. They circumvented the system with their own cell phones. The woman said anybody helping them with a boat in distress. Well, if they were truly in distress, they should have called the Coast Guard, because they would have came. Or they could have been told to call a towing service. Somebody would have came for that. They could have anchored the boat and walked ashore, because the water's not very deep. Instead, they circumvented all the rules and did it their own way, using city resources. That's the problem I have. Why is a lieutenant making the decision on his own to do that? He contacted another lieutenant to meet him there. It's not the way it's supposed to work. It's supposed to follow the rules, follow the command. Why wasn't the fire department contacted if this was going to be potentially a rescue? And the worst problem about all of it, it comes from a lieutenant in North Ridgeville, not just in Avon Lake. So now we've involved people outside our community as well. They were given a lockbox code to remove the key to unlock the gate. Does ALERG know that? They get approval. And then they left, the officers left, and left the person with the key to replace it. Is that proper etiquette for that? Is that the way it's supposed to be done? Or trusting somebody that they didn't even know to return the key? Is that because it was raining, they didn't want to get wet? Is it because they were still not doing their job? Way too many questions.
Thank you, Mr. Zimmerman.
When a city has an employee contacting a resident who exercises their First Amendment right and come up before this body and have that person contact that individual's employer. That is totally unacceptable. We just got rid of our fire chief on some call bad conduct, okay? And he was going to be terminated. Contacting an employer for somebody who comes up here, who speaks and exercises their constitutional right, is unacceptable. That individual should be fired and brought up on charges and removed pursuant to the charter. Council has that authority. I know the mayor may not bring the charges, but you do, and that should be done. The boat issue. Mr. Fabrizi, who's the officer, and Carrington, there are two officers who showed up. Because we talked with Mr. Fabrizi, and it's true. That gate was open when he left. He did not stay there to secure that gate. That's unacceptable. Who's the public safety director? The mayor. Police chief, I hope they get disciplined for that. That's unacceptable. Letting in a third stranger who we don't know. The other thing is, we didn't get any dispatch records on this. None at all. There's no paper trail, besides no body cams. I would hope that our police department operates a little more efficiently and do their job. That's not doing your job. Leaving a scene, leaving a gate unsecured when supposedly Ayler gave the fire department, police department, that code for emergency. And nobody secured it. Anybody could have went in there. Anybody. How many people? What happens if that person didn't lock the gate? He forgot. It would have been open for how long? So something should be done about it. Thank you. Oh, also, I would like Jeremy's settlement agreement. It's been over a month. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Would anybody else like to speak?
Hi, my name is Ann Hetchko from Avon Lake. I appreciate the clarification provided regarding the appropriate process addressing concerns involving city employees. If there were concerns regarding my comment or questions, I would have welcomed direct conversation through appropriate channels. I believe open and respectful communication is always the best step. Additionally, I welcome a full and fair review of this matter. If HR believes further discussion or investigation is appropriate, I'm fully willing to cooperate and welcome communication directly with me and my employer within the appropriate timeline and procedure. As a longtime resident, I care deeply about the city and want to see growth and redevelopment handled thoughtfully, cohesively, and responsibly from the beginning. I also believe residents should feel comfortable asking questions and participating in public discourse without fear that doing so could affect their employment or personal lives. I believe we all share the same objective, doing what is best for Avon Lake and maintaining trust between the city and its residents.
Thank you. Anybody else from the public like to speak? Okay. Seeing none, I move to adjourn this meeting.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, the time is now 8:24 p.m. and this meeting is adjourned.
All right, continuing with the collective committee meeting, we have the Economic Development Committee, Mr. Shamir.
Yes. For the second part of the Economic Development Committee meeting, I'm calling it into order, and it's currently 8:25.
Well, it's not part of the.
It's not, okay.
No,
Perfect.
it's just on the agenda to discuss your items, yes.
So as such, we're discussing the job growth incentive that we moved to CCM. If Mr. Esborn would like to come up and give us a brief overview.
Thank you, Councilman. So I think you should have the list of Jobs Growth Incentive Program awards for tax year 2025 in your packets. I believe there are 101 recipients and an award total of about $155,000. The timing in the ordinance calls for companies to receive their awards by 60 days after tax day, so that's June 15th. What we are asking for, if it can be on first read tonight and then on second read on June 8th, that gives everyone 3 weeks to review the list, and we can make any changes or corrections. I think that's it.
So the intention is to have it passed on emergency basis on second reading.
Emergency basis on second reading.
I don't see any legislation.
It was not passed out.
Oh, okay. Well, we need to pass that along to everybody. The intent, Mr. Shamir, is to add this.
Yes, the intent is to add it.
I have a question about this.
Yes.
We're looking at reimbursing people about $155,000 from the taxes. We had discussion regarding this on prior occasions that we were going to change this job incentive around a little bit. Also talk to some of the folks that would be getting some of the higher amounts. Where does that part of this stand at this point?
Okay, if I may, and so the discussion came about through CIC that the process had already taken effect, and the application of the new standards in this year's tax cycle would not be applicable. So as such, the decision was made to go through the process of the awardees, and then when we go to discuss and give the awards, have the conversation with some of the larger recipients about them potentially donating that fund to the economic development initiative for the city. So that is what was recommended through CIC, and I'll let Mr. Esborn
And
elaborate.
I'm struggling with the fact that we're giving back like $155,000 in tax money. We have an issue that failed. Does the ordinance, Mr. Esborn, require us to make these distributions?
It does, which is why I think, in Economic Development Committee, tonight and in the past, we had said we're obligated to do the awards for tax year 25 because, the businesses have completed that year. The sort of onus is on us before the end of this calendar year to repeal so that we can put something else in place.
I guess that didn't answer my question. Does our current ordinance require us to make these payments?
Yes.
Unless we repeal the ordinance?
And the question, I guess, is even if we were to repeal it now, could the businesses still claim that, they are owed their awards for tax year 2025?
And the other caveat is that 5,000 additional will be coming out of general fund. So there is a deficiency of 5,000 which will be coming from the general fund.
Well, as I've said before, I'd much rather see us spend the money on trying to develop and be out trying to be at
I fully agree.
seminars or go somewhere and use the money to try and bring in investment into the city, find out who's looking for it. So that's all I have for right now. I'm going to want to take a look at the ordinance.
Yeah.
See what it says.
Effectively, that was the proposal going into it. And the discussions came about that there's an obligation under the current ordinance to pay out. And please.
Okay, I guess I'm,
is-
go ahead, Mrs.
Okay,
Goodwin.
thank you. Would there have to be any like legislative action to ask the businesses to return the money
No.
or donate the money back? Not return. That was
No.
poor choice of words. Okay.
No, you can ask them whether they would or not, I don't know. but-
So I have a follow up to that.
Yes, go ahead.
Have we started any are there any proposals drafted for that? I mean, do we have like any sort of is there any sort of next step if this goes through? Because I would say like we would probably want to get moving on that because we would need to have those conversations.
Yeah, Mr. Esplin.
Sure, we've done it in the past just through conversation.
Okay.
So it hasn't been formal.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Fenderbosh.
Thank you very much, Chairman and Council President. So that the public knows what we have listed for giving back for the tax year of 2025 ranges from $48,429.91 to $25.20. And many of the council people have volunteered in the past to take those checks to the businesses in their wards. And quite frankly, because the major businesses are not in Ward 2, the businesses I take them to say, what is this for? And they go, oh, and they flip the check over to the side as though it means nothing. And I would not be opposed to having a cutoff for the 2025 year tax year, and then going forward rapidly with new legislation that needs to go into effect before we go on break, so that all the businesses know that there's a new direction, that we need the money in economic development to get the word out, to develop what our economic development strategy is. And without that, why are we doing this, right?
Right.
Thank
So,
you.
pleasure. So,
Yes, Mr.
if I may,
Shamir.
so effectively, that legislation framework has been sent to Mr. Ebert. That was about 3 months ago, I think, or 2 months ago when we discussed. And
That'd be for 26.
for 26, so effectively, that is what was
Right.
proposed
Right.
and is with the law director for the future. Yeah.
But 25, what goes on now?
Exactly. And that was discussed, and the discussion was that 25 would not be applicable to 25 because of the ordinance's obligations.
Correct.
Yeah,
So
thank you.
we're in the middle of May. Mr. Law Director, when do you think that you can have this back to the Economic Development Director and back to the Chair of the Economic Development Committee?
I think we're working this through the CIC as well. There's CIC discussions on the Job Growth Incentive
So that'd be
Program.
like June, they're gonna be working on it then, Mr. Mayor?
Well, we've started conversations in the CIC.
Right.
Because one of the frustrations that I think a lot of us have is that government can go so slow because we have so many committees, so many different discussions. When there's something so logical about helping our own city. I'm done.
Yeah. I mean, this is a council-initiated legislation that was passed how long ago?
Oh, I mean, originally 2012 and then renewed in 2021, 2017 and then 2021. Yeah.
Right.
We used to try to create jobs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Back then.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, Mrs. Goodwin.
Thank you. And I guess just to follow up on Ms. Fenderbosh's comment, I'm sorry, that I guess the reason I'm asking if there is like a proposal or some sort of framing is that if we're going to bring these checks back, I think there needs to be some sort of like sales pitch to these businesses so that they can see what the plan is for the future. Like, hey, I know you might not understand what you're getting this for, but here's the history. Here's why you're receiving it. Oh, and by the way, we're trying to make changes to this program so that it can better fund our true economic development function as a city.
So I will say that in the past, council has kind of gone back and forth on that. We have, in some years, put letters in with the awards saying, if you're interested in donating your award, contact this person, or here are some options. In other years, council had said, we don't want to do that. We want it to be truly no strings attached. So, I guess we have,
Yeah.
tried something a little more formatted.
I would say then I would maybe make the recommendation that we have, and that, because coming from kind of that corporate sponsorship environment and world, that face-to-face contact with a letter and a check and a reason and this is what's going to happen with it. I think that's vital to this project and the future of this fund moving forward, that people are very clear on what it looks like and what it will be used for and history.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, in the past, I've made contact with some of our bigger award winners, some of our larger companies about donating back, and they've been reluctant to do so, even after explaining, what that money could be used for and the PR value to them of donating that money back, and it's not been well received.
All right, Mr. Esmer, if you just would get all the council a copy of that ordinance that's in effect, I'd appreciate it.
Okay.
Mr. Shamir,
Okay.
item 2.
Item 2 is the economic sensitivity of redevelopment under Chapter 1219. And if I may, I'm going to share. Looks like we're having a problem again. There we go. So effectively, the discussion that I think some of council has had is over understanding of the economics of this project and how it may be impacting our community in the long and short term. What this is not what I would call an economic analysis. This is not a true feasibility. So this is a back of an envelope assessment. And the reason this was done is to explain to council and administration and the residents what it means to do an actual sensitivity. And when you look at this project as a whole, there are a lot of unknowns, but there are also assumptions on the number of jobs, on revenues, on build-out time, and infrastructure requirements. So when you do an economic analysis, a feasibility, you typically look at what it would be if you have your best case, your moderate case, and your worst case. So what this is trying to do is present that basis. And this is what, at least me on council, wants to see from the economic analysis that would be done by a third party. This is that assessment that I would like to see. So what would happen if you have low occupancy? You're building 1,200 units, you have low occupancy. What happens? What happens if you have a delayed build-out? What happens if you're delayed by a year, by 2 years, by 5 years? What does it mean financially for the city? The developers, they can figure out on their own. That's not what we're concerned with. We're concerned with what the impact on the community would be, on the cities and cities' financials. So there is an assumption on what the value of these properties would be. So you would assess it. What is under the best condition? What is it under moderate condition and the worst condition? And then what is the impact on that money that the city is effectively allocating through the schools and a TIF? How does that impact it? How does it impact the revenue for the city? I'm not going to go through all of this. This has already been sent to council last week. But the assessment that we want to look at is based on what is the best case, what is the worst case, and what we may see. That gives us an understanding. If this project goes forth, then 1219 will perform under these conditions. And if things go sideways, the impact could be this or that. So it's a number that we could effectively have a understanding around, and we can make a decision about. So when you go through an assessment, the end result is what this group would look for. This should not be done by us. This is not something that should be done by ALERG to give to us. This should be a third-party analysis by someone that doesn't have a dog in the race and is able to do a judgment that we then can say, okay, it makes sense, and then let's move forward with 1219. Or no, we need to modify 1219 based on these criteria, because if things go wrong, these are the potential issues that we're going to be stuck with. Now, I'm going to go to a few things that were discussed and are defined as issues that council people in the past have said are covered in this project under the TIF. Remediation. The remediation on this site is to industrial commercial standards. It is not beyond that. So that is something to be clear about, because during last council meeting, it was brought about that there will be remediation. Yes, there will be remediation, but that remediation is to industrial commercial. Dealing with Powdermaker Creek is not cleaned in this phase. As you can see, it is dealt with in the future. What is the cost? What is the implication of this for our community? Now, I'm going to touch base on a couple of things. I'm going to start with a lighthearted piece. You know, whoever that doesn't like my stance, I am in the booth on July 3rd. So you can come and dunk me. The money will be going to Avon Lake City School Foundation. So I'm there for 30 minutes. Come and spend your money. And I would welcome it. Exactly. So the issue is not about not developing this area or not going down the 1219 path. It is fundamentally to go down a path that we understand what the implications will be. Now, I have listened to my colleagues, and I understand there are a few that sit on one end and a few that sit on the other end. And I listened to my colleague, council president, when he mentioned that the city would earn funds through this process. They do earn funds. But it matters how that fund is earned and what it's used for. So if we make an assumption that we are going to have 200 jobs created that are going to pay $100,000, we're making a big assumption, because historically, We haven't been able to do that, okay? I'd like to see the numbers. So I have reached out to the finance director requesting that information, and they're still working on it. So we're at a juncture right now that we are wanting to pass 1219 with the concept of that there are off-ramps. Unfortunately, the off-ramps are not clear to me. And based on historical experience with this project, we had a air dispersion modeling done for the implosion. That result was done by experts, Verdantis, that specifically said, don't do the implosion when the winds were blowing towards the city. Okay? And everybody agreed. Everyone agreed that this would be the path and we would move forward. However, when the time for the implosion came, the wind was blowing to the city. And the reason I know, I was on my phone on my birthday at a restaurant sending messages, can we delay this by 2 days? The winds will change. That's all the forecast. And the comment came back time and again that if we don't do this, we are potentially opening ourselves for a lawsuit. It wasn't me that only said to stop it and delay it for 2 days. Mr. Smith, Ms. Gentry, Ms. Fenderbosch, and others. So when we go through a process that there are fail-safes, guardrails, which we had one when we went through the implosion, and it fails, I have a hard time believing that when it comes to something much more significant, it's not going to fail. I am going to, before I come back, I'm going to turn this over to Ms. Gentry based on a motion that was discussed at Economic Development, and have her continue.
Before we do that, I have a couple comments for you.
Please.
Section 2B in the development agreement specifically sets forth that remediation activities will receive a no further action letter for the public park. That is not having the public park come down to remediation standards that you just indicated earlier.
Who's paying for that?
That's coming out of the TIF money, if in fact we have a TIF that can go forward. That's where that money's gonna come from. Additionally, the money, we have the ability to get the money through the TIF as well for the economic analysis, and I agree with you that the economic analysis needs to be done. But this is not the time to do the economic analysis because we don't have a developer. The interim development agreement also discusses the fact that a written development agreement between the city and one or more yet to be determined vertical developers that provides, among other things, the specifications of the public improvements, the use of TIF funds, and it also says exceptions from strict zoning compliance timelines for completion. This is in section 3C. Timeliness for completion of public and private improvements, a surety for construction, and completion of the public improvements. That is the time when we need to have the economic analysis being done and being ready to go forward. It is not at this particular time. I have been in zoning and a law director in this city and other cities, and I don't know if I could be actually qualified as an expert, but someone might try to do that. And when it comes to zoning, what we're doing here, the zoning is in the proper, it's in the proper spacing and in the proper sequencing to have this project done. The city has, and I had a statement that I was going to read later, but I'm probably not going to need to do it now because I'm doing it pretty good from heart at this point, is that the sequencing of it is very, very important. And when it comes, and I agree with you, Mr. Shamir, 100%, that the city administration is going to have to make sure that they follow the rules. And I understand that there were some problems with the implosion. I understand that there was problems with getting information to us, and I agree with you on all of that. The time is, though, now to step forward and move on with the development of probably the biggest investment opportunity that this city has ever seen in the future. And the other thing that we have is we have the fact that our own code in 1238 specifically provides for excuse me. If the planning commission and the city council, I'm looking at 1238.07A, if the planning commission and the city council find that the land proposed to be subdivided, that's the land in the future. That's when we have a new developer coming in, someone who's going to be here that we can control and tell them how we want this developed, what the costs are going to be. Find that the land proposed to be subdivided is unsuitable for subdivision development due to flooding or drainage, topography, or inadequate water supply, wastewater treatment facilities, transportation facilities, or such other conditions as may endanger health, life, and property. And if from investigations that would be done by us, the public, if after these investigations conducted by the public agencies concerned, in which I would expect the EPA and all the like to be, it is determined in the best interest of the public, the land should not be developed for the subdivision proposed. The Planning Commission and the City Council shall not approve the land for the purposes unless adequate methods are advanced by the subdivider for solving the problems that will be created by the development of the land. I agree with everything that you're saying except the timing and the sequencing. You're too early on it. And at this point, there is a lot that we don't know. But what we do know is that we have the opportunity. And if we don't do this, the tax money that we're going to lose, the cost of construction that goes up, and other factors along the way are just going to cause us tremendous problems. And the folks had talked and they have indicated they want the public park. And with that, I'm done, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Gentry.
Did you?
If we can hold off on that, Mr. Cost.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Shamir. I've got a lot that I'll discuss per the council president's request to discuss my primary comments in the legislative portion coming later this evening. But I do want to speak just briefly because he mentioned the discussion about sequencing came up, and that was a part of my comments later that I'll say now. So I'll save some time later on this. With regards to sequencing, not only do I agree with Mr. Smith, but we've had our attorneys who work on our behalf, Mr. Davis, Mr. Burns, and Mr. McLoof, who are out here in the audience and have been out here in the audience each time for years now, working with us through this negotiation and investigation and draft of this proposal before us. And Mr. Davis specifically is a brownfield expert in every way you can be an expert. He literally wrote the book on brownfield remediation. It's a 1,000-page book. You can look it up on Amazon. He is a brownfield expert. He is renowned all over the region, all over the country, and he's done some international projects as well, too. The other two gentlemen have done some very well-known projects as well. Specifically, they've worked something that we can all recognize as the sports complex in Sandusky. They were a big part of the zoning and the development of that project over by Cedar Point. So they have done very big projects, and they are working on our behalf. And they've done this for a living for a very long time, and they are some of the best at it, not only in the region, but in the state, and also in the country. And when they stand in front of us, which they've done a few times, and they've said in all of their years, in all of their experience, they've never seen the sequencing done the way that it was being requested by several members of council. And I agree with Mr. Smith that it does need to be done, and I agree with Mr. Shamir on the need for a lot of this. But the sequencing of it is the concern that I have. And when they stand there and they tell me that, and these are paid experts, nationally, regionally renowned, at what point do we have to trust our experts that this indeed is what they do for a living, and they're good at it, and their reputations are on the line locally? If they give us bad information with all this publicity, if they lie to us with all this publicity, why would they do? Professionally, they'd be sunk. So we have to trust our experts, so I just want to say that in regard to the sequencing, I am relying on their expertise, their guidance, and I hope that they will also have an opportunity to speak to this as well, too. But I appreciate the conversation of the sequencing coming up, and I'll have more to say about the project as a whole later. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a good one.
No, it's my meeting.
So I'm
Ms.
not
Gentry,
finished.
you're the Economic Development Chairman,
Yeah.
but the meeting's mine. Ms. Gentry.
So, I do think this has the potential of being a fantastic opportunity, and I don't want to dismiss that, and I appreciate all the effort that everyone has put into investigating and trying to get to the right answer. We have spent hours going through data, and I don't know if some of my ward members received an email from me at 3 o'clock this morning. So it's not for lack of digging into the data and doing this for the passion and truly wanting to do what's right for the city. And I understand that our experts have said that it's too soon to do this. And I understand that that's your belief. I'm not an expert, but I have spoken to several people over the last few days, because that's how long I've had. Over the weekend, I was able to get a hold of some people that actually have. So I spoke with Erin, I forget her last name, I believe it's Blair, who was in charge of doing the development of Sandusky. And I spoke with her, she indicated that we really did need to have an economic analysis done just preliminarily, just so that we know that this project is financially viable. She gave me, and the people that she uses, I believe it was MSKF's, but I have the data in my notes. I called them, and they indicated that an analysis was, at this point in time, important to have. I spoke to Kleinfelder, our representative from Kleinfelder, who did our economic development plan, and she told me that she told us in our economic resiliency plan that this was required before we did this development. And not just this development, but the development of the city. She recommended another economic development analyst. I spoke to them. They said the same exact thing. There are several people in the city who have this experience and have told me that it is not too early to do a baseline understanding of what this will do to the city. And so I respectfully disagree, and as passionately as I can. That's why in the economic development meeting, I passed a motion to have the mayor start this analysis, finding someone to do this analysis as soon as possible. The reason that I am very concerned is because of the numbers that I keep seeing come back. So for the residents who are not aware, property tax, city only gets 12% of what you pay in property tax. I know it's outrageous how much we're paying in property tax, and nobody wants to pay that much, but we only get 12% of that. What we use to pay for our roads and infrastructure is income tax. And only the income tax for those people who are working within the city of Avon Lake. Avon Lake has a 100% credit for anyone who is working outside of Avon Lake. Their money goes to wherever it is that they work. 25% of the residents are paying for the entire infrastructure of the city. So I just wanted to make sure that everyone is crystal clear on that piece of it. And so when we do the analysis and try and determine what percentage of the population that's going to be up there works within the city, that is vital information because of how we are funded. And so to the initial estimate, I think, was 25%, because that's typically what Avon residents, the population that works within Avon Lake is. We did see Mrs. Crossie reduce that down to 10% because we felt that that number was more realistic. That is 220 jobs at $110,000. And I asked Mr. Esborn if there was a program in place in the economic development plan or meeting, if there was a program in place to, within 5 years, have 220 $110,000 jobs, because they're not here today. It would be incremental growth. And I don't see a plan in place for that. And it's not that I don't want this project to work. That is not my problem. My concern is that we don't have the numbers to understand how we get there. And I think with that, I've been on a tirade, sorry.
It's all right. Mrs. Goodwin.
Thank you. Out of everything that I've heard the last 2 hours, I think the most interesting part to me is just that this project doesn't move forward as far as we are concerned without a TIF. And the entity that grants the TIF is the schools. And the superintendent approached us all saying that she hasn't been contacted about this. And I'm having a hard time understanding if this is just a way to pit 3 of the, decision-making and researching bodies against each other, or if, I feel like at the very least, we should at least have some input or some conversation before we enter into this to see where the schools lie. At the very least, have some sort of conversation to see what they might need from this.
And again, I would say, from my point of view, that the schools will be involved in this. The schools will be involved with the TIF, and we will have the information when and if we ever get a developer on the project. And that's when that part, as I see it, of the equation takes place. That's when we hire the accountant, or whatever, I'll call it accountant for lack of a better word. That's when that happens. But it's too premature because we don't even have a developer at this point. We need to put the property in a position to get the proper kind of development. And then we have the safeguards in our code. We got the safeguards, I know, of Mr. Shamir and me, relative to any project that's going to come forward down the road, as well as yourself and the rest of all the council to do that. Thank you. Mr. Reynolds.
I just had a brief question, thank you. Just so I know for sure. Now, the TIF negotiations really wouldn't happen until we have a vertical developer, am I correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Mrs. Fenderbosch.
Thank you. And I really appreciate your direction, Council President, because it's something that has been said in the past. And the other week, when I talked about a subcontractor agreement, I had people afterwards saying, "What are you talking about?" And it has to do with, again, the sequencing. And the only thing that we're being asked right now is a zoning question. A zoning district question. That's all we're being asked, is a zoning district question and an overlay that goes with it. It doesn't include a subdivider agreement between the city and a contractor. It doesn't include any of the other things that you have said. And I totally agree with my colleagues on the side, and I think all of us, that there will be a time when we do need to do this analysis. And that time is when we have a vertical developer. But that's not what's being asked tonight. But I believe you're going to have 100% support behind not only strategic plan here in Avon Lake for economic development, but also the evaluations of that vertical developer. And it's not just through planning, it's going to be through other forms that people have had and cities have had throughout Ohio and in other communities. But tonight, the only question that we're being asked, and I know it's not what the community wants to hear right now, but it's the legal step that goes forward, if I could, is to say that the only thing we're being asked is a zoning question. That's it. And a overlay. And I know I have colleagues shaking their heads no. There's no word of TIF. You've all seen the language in here. You've read it many times. And there's no word of TIF in here. This is a zoning district discussion with an overlay. And I'm going to continue to state that the sequence, and I agree with you, Mr. Kaz, the sequence that has been given to us by our consultants who have made a living with not only brownfields, but having wonderful redevelopment afterward, and it works, we're depending on them. If we weren't going to depend on them, why are we paying the money for them, right? And these are individuals that haven't done it just once or twice. They've done it dozens and dozens of times all over the United States and outside of the United States, and especially in Ohio. But they understand how the Ohio EPA works. They understand what is successful within Ohio. And this comes down to a trust factor of our consultants. And I, for one, voted for those consultants. Mr. Davis, as has been stated, he worked with the Ohio EPA in creating what their framework is, as did Verdantis, Mr. Gross. They wrote what the VAP is all about. These are the people that helped to write those ordinances, helped to write those standards. And Burns and Ochsner is well known all over the region, not just Ohio, for bringing land development projects together. And one of their attorneys has been a councilman, has also been law directors in other communities, so they understand what we need to be going through. And we all come from different backgrounds, we all come from different experiences, but we've got to have the project work. We don't want, this is not something that we can go back where we go, up, we goofed. We have got to move forward. And moving forward with a decision on the zoning district and the overlay is all we're being asked. The rest of the project, we will be taking it step by step along with the evaluation. And I thank you for the extended time. I'm sorry for the rant, but I just believe that the public needs to understand where I'm coming from. Thank you.
Mr. Shamir, any?
I'm not finished.
Finish up on your economic sensitivity of redevelopment
So,
of 1219.
Effectively, what we're discussing, that as planning commission, as a city, we have managed things well. Well, I beg to differ. We have feasibility studies on traffic impact assessment that were not conducted, that ended up being on the city's nickel because the planning commission, this council, allowed things to pass. So when people tell me that as a body, we have done our job, I have to disagree. And within the context of what has been discussed, and I wanted to be clear that this is not about opposing development. This is about ensuring that major zoning legislation undergoes complete and careful review before final action is taken by council. Over the course of this process, substantive concerns and proposed revisions have been raised regarding the revised Section 1219 Mixed-Use Overlay District, including concerns relating to density, compatibility, implementation impacts, and broader long-term planning consideration. I believe those issues warrant additional planning commission review before council proceeds further. Accordingly, pursuant to Codified Ordinance Section 1214.02 C2 and Council Rule Codified Ordinance Section 220.01 C1, I hereby initiate a proposed code text amendment, Section 1219, Mixed Use Overlay District, and request referral to the Planning Commission for review and recommendation concerning revisions and issues raised during the public process. If I may pass.
I know that. Anything further, Mr. Shamir?
No.
All right. There's no, they can't have a motion at the CCM. That'd have to be in the council meeting. You'd have to make that motion. Anything further, Mr. Shamir, on the Economic Development Committee?
No, thank you. No.
All right. It
Did we
takes us-
discuss my motion that we made in the economic development?
No, we didn't. That needs to be a motion.
Yeah, I don't remember you making a motion. I know you talked about it, and then you just talked about some other stuff, so.
No, I made a motion to ask the mayor, ask that the mayor do the financial analysis. Have an economic consultant do the financial.
You'd like to have that move
Impact.
on from the committee?
Yes.
The collective committee meeting to the mayor, to the council meeting?
Yes.
I thought that an economic committee already did that.
We passed it to move to council meeting.
Okay,
Okay.
all right,
Mr. Council
Yeah.
President, can I ask a question on that?
yes.
And it's the same question that I asked at the previous meeting. I'm not against the idea of a economic study. But again, if it's specific to the power plant site and we're looking for numbers that are, I mean, all we're dealing with right now is kind of hypothetical type numbers and such, nothing really solid dealing with that. Wouldn't we be required to have the numbers and some of the information that's contained in the NDA be a part of that? And if so, wouldn't that require the cooperation and approval of ALERG, allowing a third party, another third party, to access that information to provide that data for the public, or for the study? And if so, wouldn't that study not be able to be released to the public because of that NDA material? It's a lot there. We can answer it at the next point, but I just wanted to get that out there again. Thank you.
I don't think that that's the purpose of their motion is, but.
Well, I'm saying if the idea is to do this study and a part of it is that area, and we're using information that would be a part of a future development there, numbers that are there, that would be used as a part of this. Now, if not, then if not, but that's the question, is would this proposed study need that information to get a better picture of what the potential there is? That's kind of my question.
I don't know, because that's not my field, so I
And
don't know what.
that's why I'm asking the question,
economic
sir.
Person would
That's
be
it.
looking at. All right, thank you. All right. I'm moving on to legislation. We have the
Excuse me,
third
sir?
readings. Yeah, Mrs. Fenderbosh.
Thank you. So I have a quick question that might resolve this. So I thought that I heard Ms. Gentry state that the motion is to request that the mayor find a company. So if we find a company And we have them when when a vertical developer comes in, then we're ready to go. We don't have to delay. Is that your intent?
No, my intent was to get it done before we moved forward with the process, but
Thank you for clarity.
Yeah, I thought it was tied into 1219 approval. All right. We have third reading, which is the ordinance that we were talking about with regard to 1219. Any more council comments on that before we move on to the next one, or you can certainly reserve them until our next meeting? All right, well, we'll have a third reading on that. Next, and at the meeting to follow. Next is the ordinance on the B3 26-37R. Mr. Reynolds, any further discussion on that one?
Not at this time. I'll reserve comment until the council meeting.
Anyone else? All right. Next is we have Mrs. Fenderbosh, the resolution 26-39 as a third reading. Any questions on that one?
It's simply a pass-through grant. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, we got second readings. An ordinance amending ordinance, the appropriations for fiscal year 2026. Finance Committee, which is me. Any further comments on that, Mrs. Crossy?
No, I'll wait till the legislation.
Any questions for her? All right. Then we have a resolution adopting the 2027 tax budget and declaring an emergency that goes to the county. Anything further on that?
I'll discuss it, legislation.
And we have a suspension of the rule on both of those items. So I'll be making the suspension. Any first readings as determined at the CCM? I think we do have an ordinance that's going to be on the first reading. Mr. Shamir?
Yes, that is resolution number 2643. Resolution authorizing the finance director to disperse the Job Growth Incentive Program Award for tax year 2024 and declaring an emergency.
And that's going to be two readings.
Two readings.
Second one as a suspension of the rule
Yes.
and emergency. All right. Any questions on that one? Any other first readings coming for us? All right, I'm not seeing any. Before we go on to our regular meeting, any miscellaneous business or announcements for the collective committee purposes?
Council
Yes.
President, Mr. Phillips indicated that he did not receive a public records request for a settlement agreement. The request was made on March 23rd, and it was fulfilled on April 10th via email at 1:05 p.m. So if he could check his email, he will be there.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Anything further? All right, we're gonna take probably a 5 to 10 minute break between now and the next meeting. The CCM is now adjourned. All right, I'm gonna call to order the meeting of the City of Avon Lake City Council for May 18th. Committee meeting. This is directly following the collective committee meeting. Before we get going, I'd like everybody to stand up, please. And I would like, in fact, I'll just pass this over to you, Mr. Koss.
Thank you, Mr. President. In honor, in remembrance of those that made the ultimate sacrifice for our country, I ask for a moment of silence as we recognize Memorial Day this coming Monday. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. All right, Ms. Rosmarin, if you would please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If the clerk would do the roll call, please.
Mrs. Fenderbosh?
Here.
Ms. Gentry?
Here.
Mrs. Goodwin?
Here.
Mr. Koss?
Here.
Mr. Reynolds?
Here.
Mr. Shamir?
Here.
Mr. Smith?
Here.
Mayor Spetzel?
Here.
Law Director Ebert?
Here.
Finance Director Crossy?
Here.
Public Works Director Liskovic?
Here.
Thank you. First item on our agenda is the approval of the minutes from May 11th, 2026 council meeting. Are there any additions, deletions, or corrections to those minutes that have been set forth and provided to us? Seeing none, they'll be deemed accepted as published. Next on the agenda is correspondence, and I know that we've all received a lot of correspondence and emails regarding the power plant project. Are there any that anyone in particular wants to bring forward, or any other correspondence?
Actually, I do.
Yes, Mr. Shamir.
Earlier, I passed around a message that was sent to me by a former resident. I also have received quite a few no's. I have received one yes for the 1219, just to clarify. But the message that was sent to me was from Mr. Sean Leninger, and I'm going to read it as it was sent. So I received a message from Sean Leninger, a former Avon Lake resident whose daughter ran cross-country and track with my daughter. Mr. Leninger is currently the deputy town manager for Hilton Head Island, South Carolina. Prior to that, he served as director of planning and development for the city of Lakewood, executive director of Cuyahoga County Planning Commission, and the director of public service and development for Fairview Park. He has approximately 25 years of professional experience in planning, zoning, redevelopment, and public administration. So I want to read several excerpts from his message because I believe they are directly relevant to the responsibilities of this council. You all have that message. So he wrote, "The process appears disjointed and lacking transparency, and as a city council member, responsible decisions on agreement, incentives, and entitlements, you and your colleagues are being placed in a difficult position as to act without a full understanding of the potential impact." He further stated, regarding the requirement for city administration support, your concern about the language committing such support for the rezoning application are well-founded. This provision raises both legal and due process concerns. He then warned that this type of provision may be viewed by Ohio courts, if challenged, as contract zoning, which could be found unlawful. He also raised concern about the zoning structure itself, writing, "The proposed text appears poorly structured. It does not require implementation of the master plan." And that even if the current developer leaves the project, the zoning remains, and with it, the range of possible outcomes. He recommended the use of a planned development structure that would formally adopt and legally bind the master plan through future approvals and public amendment process. Regarding the TIF structure, he cautioned that if the city is assuming responsibility for infrastructure and park improvement without adequate safeguards, the city risks assuming disproportionate financial exposure. He recommended a model where the developer bears the upfront risk and is reimbursed through TIF revenues contingent upon actual performance. Finally, he concluded with this statement: as you have consistently noted, it is essential for the city to fully understand the scope and implications of this project, including infrastructure capacity, financial impact, mitigation requirements, and the allocation of responsibilities and risk before taking action. I wanted to place these comments into the record because they come from an experienced municipal executive with extensive redevelopment and TIF experience in Ohio and elsewhere. These are not anti-development concerns. These are governance, transparency, legal, and financial risk concerns that deserve serious consideration before irreversible decisions are made. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Shamir. If you would please put that letter in with the record of the council meeting tonight. I don't know who the gentleman is. I wish I had a chance to ask him some questions, but that's the way it goes.
His contacts are there.
I will contact him and ask him some questions. All right, any other correspondence? All right, seeing none, we're on to that portion of the evening where public input is again offered at 5 minutes on any subject that you wish to discuss before the city tonight. If you would please come forward, state your name, where you live, and we'll give you your 5 minutes. Anyone wishing to come forward? Mr. Gentry, welcome back.
Gary Gentry, Avon Lake. We all have talked about this project for 4 years that I know of, and everybody seems to be in favor of getting it done in some manner. It's the manner that it's done that people seem to object to. Now, we have an image of an idyllic park that we're going to have with wonderful landscaping and being able to spread your picnic blanket out and have a picnic. But imagine 2,500 people within 100 yards of that park. Will we get a chance to be there? Will we get a chance to spread our blankets? Maybe. But once this 2019 overlay, whatever it's called, I'm not sure of the terminology. Once that's passed, once the zoning is passed, if you guys vote for it, it will allow 1,200 residences, which is roughly 2,500 people. And can anybody imagine if 1,200 residences are allowed, that the developers won't build 1,200 residences? It'll never be less than that. And once that 2019 is passed, it will be there forever, unless somebody amends it again. And so I'm not sure that that park is going to be what we all expect it might be. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to come forward? Welcome back. Name and city, please.
Debbie Rutan, Avon Lake. I was really pleased that the school superintendent came this evening and spoke with you. I didn't even know she was that young. I've never seen her. Can't even tell you what her name is. But I'm very pleased that she finally stepped forward, because the few meetings that I've been at in the last month, I keep asking myself the question, where's the school district? There was a gentleman that spoke that I'm not sure if he was a former school board member a couple weeks ago. And he mentioned what he felt like the numbers impact would be on the school district. And that was it. They haven't been objecting vocally. They haven't been supportive vocally until tonight, when it was obvious that the big question was about finances and the TIF. And I will share with you that I have a very, very good friend that is a 40-year school board president in a district that we moved here from. And our city went through a similar, much smaller scale situation where a developer wanted to come in and do some things and requested a 30-year TIF. And of course, everybody in town was in an uproar over that because we were really proud of our schools and what they accomplished, and we understood the age of the buildings and how developers tend to come in and build all these houses, and the school districts are the one that get overcrowded, and then the community has to pay for that in the way of new buildings. So I was talking with her about this, and she shared with me something that applied at the time. And I'm not a lawyer, and there's plenty of lawyers in the room that maybe could help answer this question. If you would, please ask them. But her response to me about the TIF at that time was that if the school district refused to cooperate and agree to a 30-year TIF, that by law they had to accept a 15-year TIF. So I would like for you all to ask that question of some of the people that are going to be standing here after me and talk about that. If that's the case, we need to know, you all need to know that, if that's the case. I could be wrong, it could have changed since then, or I could possibly have misunderstood the situation in whole. But I just have concerns about the school district. And, I know that we talked already about 1,200 units, and you all know nobody in town wants that. And the TIF is the other thing that's the big concern from people. To have the community support, those two things need to be explained better. And if you would, please just ask that question.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to come forward? Yes, come on up.
Becky Grunick, Avon Lake. I just want to say, I don't think that voting on this tonight, this 1219, is a microcosm, and you're just looking at that specific section. To me, there's a lot more involved in this that's got to be considered before you take that vote. I don't see it as being isolated. I think everybody has identified a lot of these issues, the financial, the environmental, and the like, and I think that you've got to take them into consideration before you can vote tonight. And also, I don't think it's premature to bring in a financial consultant, because you better believe that Allerg, they might not be the vertical developer, but they're the marketing people here. So they already know or have a good idea what those numbers are going to look like. So that's why I think that it's really important that we do those numbers now. I don't understand what the problem is. 1 to 3 months to do a financial analysis. I mean, I don't really know what the big deal is here to give some safety and security to the city. And everybody that I have talked to and everything that I look at on Facebook, there is nobody that thinks it's a good idea to push this thing through so quickly. I just don't understand the need for speed here. So those are my comments.
Thank you very much, Ms. Grunick. Anyone else wishing to come forward? Ms. Wallace.
Thank you. Beth Wallace, Avon Lake. I agree with Ms. Gentry and Mr. Schmier and Ms. Goodwin. I don't understand why the parameters, at least, can be provided to a vertical developer. I would think that they would prefer parameters. If there's items that the school board is a hard no on, and other things that are, we could work in this parameter, I would think a vertical developer would want to know that. Same thing with our economics. If there's economics that we cannot and do not want 1,200 units in this tiny of an area, but the vertical developer is expecting that, that's a miscommunication that will lead to problems. It's improper planning, and it will lead to a bad outcome. You don't post a job opening, let your recruiter go and recruit it, make promises of 1,200 units, make promises of all these financials to the applicants, and then the applicants come and they're like, yeah, we're going to do this, and then the actual hirer said, well, no, our actual hard no is much, much less. It's creating miscommunication from the beginning. If we provide the vertical developer constraints that these are our hard no's, this is the top we will do, this is negotiable based on our actual knowledge, not the knowledge that the developers have created, but our actual knowledge, our actual communications with the school board. Those are the numbers you need to know to give to a vertical developer in the beginning. And I don't understand why that's not a common sense approach, and why I don't understand. I would love to be informed of why giving the vertical developer, letting them just assume this best case of what is on that beautiful piece of paper, when those numbers may not work for us. It may not work for the school board, and we could avoid a lot of hardship by knowing that in advance. And it might. Maybe those things will work, and then we'll have no problem with the vertical developer, but we'll have a problem if those numbers don't work for the city and the school. And that information should be known well in advance, and I just cannot comprehend how anyone would think that, no, we can figure it out later if that number will work or not. You don't go into a house, I'm a realtor, you don't buy a house. I don't give any of my clients, okay, yeah, let's go shopping, let's look at this house and this house, when they can afford $100,000. I'm not gonna take them shopping for something they can't afford. You deal with the numbers that work for you, whether you like it or not, in advance. If you're selling your home, you don't go, okay, I want $500,000 when the house is worth $100,000. You know those numbers in advance of finding a buyer. Because otherwise it just won't work. At the end of the day, the community, it won't match up everybody's needs. And the developers, ARG is gonna sell this at a profit to somebody else. That somebody else is gonna wanna make a profit. And if they come back to us and we're right back to this whole thing of, okay, now we go to the school board, now we do our economic study, the numbers may not match. Why go into that situation and waste all the time that we have right here? We're gonna waste their time, waste our time, when we could have avoided that by addressing that up front. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your comments. Anyone else wishing to come forward? Mr. Witt, welcome back.
Mr. Smith, I'm online watching this live, and the people watching asked me to come up and speak for them. It was about 80 people, almost 100 people at one time. But they just asked me to express their overwhelming disgust and disappointment in the council, with the exception of Amy and Rob. Their overwhelming support for Amy and Rob's position, their disappointment in the lack of common sense that's been said with this approach of moving forward without economic information to verify this firsthand. And it's not lost on the residents. One thing I love about this town is there's a lot of smart people here. There are smart people in Avon Lake. They are intelligent, and it's not lost on them, Mr. Smith, that you're reaching for a technicality to push this through your position, and so they see through that, and it's disappointing. And the other comments that I made here, it's hard to believe that you have that you're getting support for this, when the overwhelming majority of people in the audience here, online, people watching live, are completely against moving forward with this without the economic information we need, not from the people who are paid by the developer, third party, so that we can fully understand that we can actually support the root issue here is that we don't even have the jobs here to support the economic income that we need to support this project. And we don't have the evidence to prove that. It's common sense. I mean, we can't wait until the developer shows up to figure that out. I don't understand why this is so confusing. Just like Beth said, why is this confusing? This is just common sense. I don't know. Do you hire a contractor and have him start working before he figures out what the price is and whether you can afford it? I mean, this is just basics. But I'm frustrated for the people that are watching and their frustrations, and they asked me to bring that forward, and that's what I've done. everyone is hoping that their representatives will actually listen to them. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Witt. Anyone else wishing to come forward? Welcome back, Mr. Phillips.
Gerald Phillips, Avon Lake, real estate attorney. I sent to council maybe a week and a half ago, some law about zoning power, spot zoning, and unconstitutional taking of property. So we're talking about zoning power, all right? The lead case is Euclid versus Amber Realty, 1930. It basically said that it's a police power and you can only zone on the basis of the health, safety, welfare of the community. In other words, consistent with the comprehensive land use plan, not for one piece of property. And if you look at 1219, it's only going to apply to one piece of property. Ayler, the power plant. There's nothing else in the city it's going to apply to. So when you look at 1219, you may call it a rezoning district, but in analogy, it's rezoning the property for Ayler. And there's criteria for it, Mr. Smith. It's in chapter 121402E, okay? And it says that the proposed, and it covers text amendments too. It says the proposed amendment is consistent with the comprehensive land use plan and other city adopted plans, economic recovery and resiliency plan. We just spent $75K for it. We spent $100 for the comprehensive plan. And that the proposed amendment is for the health, safety, welfare of the community, not for the developer. The proposed amendment is not likely to result in significant adverse impact upon the environment, utilities, infrastructure. The proposed amendment will not constitute spot zoning where special treatment is given to a particular property owner. That's what we're doing, just like the Mr. Shamir read that email, would not be applicable. It's the only one. Also, the proposed amendment will not likely cause adverse effects upon other property and upon the city. Those are all provided in that section. And the subdivision regulations, 123807A, which Mr. Smith indicated, all those factors, those same factors in 123807A deals with the health, safety, welfare. That's why when you have those factors and the land is unsuitable for development, for those factors, it doesn't get developed. So the question is rezoning that property to 1219 suitable for development from all those factors? Traffic impact, utilities impact, health, safety, welfare. They all apply. They apply to the subdivision and they also apply to zoning. So it's not just, oh, we want to put this piece, we're not making a mark on a map and say, oh, let's put this color for an overlay on this property. No, you got to go through the analysis of those factors. And an economic feasibility study is consistent with evaluating the zoning for this property. Does it have an adverse impact on the city? Do we know? We don't know as we sit here. The other question is, why don't we have a preliminary subdivision plan as we sit here? We don't. So, the other issue is we can get into the fact that, this zoning, 1219, is supposed to be promoted by the city. It's been in their IDA. They've been marketing it. So this gentleman, Mr. Shamir, had an email that said contract zoning. To me, it's illegal contract zoning. It's a quid pro quo. You do this, and we'll zone, we will rezone it. You can't make an agreement. You can't delegate that property, that power away. I think you should make two motions. One motion is to refer this back to the committee. In fact, your own agenda says, 220.01C1, anybody can propose legislation. So, also, I think the property should have an overlay 1218 district. So, we can pass those out.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to come forward? Welcome back, Mr. Zimmerman.
So glad to be back. William Zimmerman, Avon Lake. So Mr. Shamir handed you all out documents regarding text amendments. Nobody said anything about it. Nobody cared, including you. You're an attorney. He had the right to do that. That means that it didn't need a vote, didn't need a second, but it should be understood. And it should be in place. Therefore, stopping this proceeding, making it so that it would be delayed. There's no reason. So if you guys don't do that before you vote tonight, we're gonna sue the shit out of you, like I've said before, where we won in the Ohio Supreme Court. We'll do it again. We'll tie this up in litigation. Nobody's going to want to come and build here for years because it'll be locked up in litigation. It's an easy choice. You forget I'm not afraid. People have let us all down. Because you're worried about making sure these people get their money. Yes, I agree with Mr. Koss. Todd Davis is an expert in his field, but he's not a negotiator. He's supposed to represent us as a negotiator, not as a book writer. He doesn't do that. He didn't do that in this first agreement. That's why we've been coming here for months and months and months to voice our opinion about the fact it's a bad deal. That's why people are contacting Malachi while the meeting's going on, because they all still believe it's a bad deal. They don't trust the administration. Got police officers acting on their own, doing what they want. And he's in charge of them. That tells you where it starts, right at the top. It's a sad situation in our city. People don't want to give you money. They're going to keep voting down the taxes. We'll be bankrupt in 3 years. All those sensitivity studies that Mr. Shamir did and showed, 75% of them, 80% of them turn out bad for the city. Things have to fall into perfect place to be able to be productive and profitable. Where are you going to find these $100,000 a year jobs? These figures are so obsolete, I can't believe it. They're so far out there. These jobs don't exist. Miss Gentry says she wants one of them. I don't think you people understand. Your children aren't going to have a place. That'll be a problem. All of you should understand, this isn't a joke. It's not control, it's not a personal agenda, it's none of those things. It's about what's right for the citizens of the city of Avon Lake. Plain and simple. Nothing more, nothing less. You all have an opportunity to make a vote. I still believe there shouldn't be a vote because Mr. Shamir's document says so. Text by anybody. He's done that. He's provided it. There doesn't need to be a second or a vote. Because if this does go through, as I've indicated, we'll see you in court.
All right, anyone else want to come forward? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close public comment. Oh, okay, come on forward.
Thank you, Council President. I'm Richard Shields from Chicago, Illinois, back. And I stand tonight representing Avon Lake Environmental Redevelopment Group, or ALERG, to ask for your support of this overlay ordinance. And we acquiesce to the second ordinance, which is the change of the underlying zoning to B3. Now, as Mr. Hunt and the other attorneys have said countless times, we're not rezoning the property today. We're creating language in the ordinance that somebody could adopt should they come and present plans to you to place this zoning on the land. In fact, the change of zoning from industrial today is being changed by the B3 ordinance. So we're not putting the overlay on the property today. The B3 is being presented today to change the zoning, and the overlay is available if and when a developer comes forward and adopts it by presenting plans, a subdivision agreement, a utility agreement, and all the requirements that you place upon them to come before the Plan Commission and the council. You know, for more than 5 years, ALERG and its partners have worked with the city, the county, the Port Authority, the schools to undertake the demolition, the remediation, the engineering, planning, and marketing of this property. Now, it was good to see Jolie here. It's been a year since we met with her last. In November, she gave us a letter that said, look, I know you want to meet with us every month. We met with them in September of 22. We presented financial numbers, which you have in your data file, in January of 25. In May of 25, we presented the model and the financial numbers that are included in the handout that's there today. And in August, she said, call us back when you have a developer. And in November said, when you have a developer and you have zoning, come talk to me. So here we are, hoping that we have a vote so we can talk to her because we have zoning tomorrow. But what's in front of you today is not about 1218 or 1219 or about density. It's really about whether Avon Lake, as Mr. Shamir said, has a financially realistic path for the redevelopment of this site to create lakefront parks, the infrastructure, create shoreline access, and to build a long-term community asset. And that's why Chapter 1219 matters. You know, some have already stated that Chapter 1218 could allow development, and that's true. But what's left out is the argument that it's not a financial reality, that you're not able to develop what is necessary to undertake the hopes and ambitions of the plans of the city and of the developer. The city stated goals are the acquisition of 23 acres, park development, shoreline improvements, roads and utilities, public infrastructure, and to rebuild the tax base that's missing. And to accomplish that, an estimated budget of approaching $50 million is necessary to buy the park, to improve the park, and build the infrastructure. If you did this under 1218, the taxes generated from this thing, from the 360 units would be permitted under that. It doesn't work. There would be no park. And the infrastructure cannot be financed. Without 1219, there's not enough density to attract developers to redevelop the property at the values we all acknowledge that this land is worth. There's no financially feasible path to fund the city's lakefront park or its development. There's no possibility of replacing the lost power plant tax base, which 1219 will more than double. And there'll be no city lakefront park. And this density in 1219 is not arbitrary. I think Mr. Shamir is very careful about looking at what it takes, and we appreciate that. And I see everything that you're doing up there, and I've already done it, and you know I've done it. And what we've done is built a machine that provides the capacity to take this on. If I could just finish.
How much more time?
1 minute.
You got it.
We believe that we can work with the marketplace by taking this development capacity that 1219 provides and attract developers who will present plans, demonstrate financial feasibility, and work with the schools to create solutions. And our new resident that has come and spoke here today, I'm impressed her understanding of 30-year TIF versus a 15-year TIF. There's tax abatement. There's all sorts of different financing vehicles that are here. But from the beginning in 2020, when the city said, we want to make this happen and we have no money to do this, how can we accomplish this? I said, we'll sit down and work to do it together. So I appreciate the time. I appreciate all the comments from the public. And I hope that we can get your support to get 1219 passed today.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public wishing to come forward? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close the public input section of the meeting, and we'll go to reports, starting with the mayor's report.
Thank you, Mr. Council President. I'll make this quick. Memorial Day Parade and services will be on Monday, the 25th, it's a week from today. The parade will kick off from the high school at 10 o'clock, and the ceremony at Veterans Memorial Park will follow shortly after the completion, which is generally around 10:40. As Tony Tomanek was here today and talked about, the 250th Jubilee events are highlighted on our webpage. We encourage you to go to 250jubilee.com. Again, a lot of fun events. We're hoping that everybody will come out and participate. I want to highlight one special event on Saturday, this coming Saturday, the 23rd, from 1 to 3. The Avon Lake Historical Society and the city will unveil Avon Lake Fire Department Number 1, the 1938 Dodge American LaFrance. The city's first fire truck has been lovingly and meticulously repaired and refurbished by a very talented group of people, and that's going to be on display, and they're going to have a dedication at that time. Last week, I spoke and read a statement that I will not repeat, but I just want a couple highlights here if I could. A couple reminders. First of all, I appreciate all the comments from the residents. They have great questions. They deserve answers, and they will get answers. Again, we're talking about timing here, but just a reminder, we do not own any of the 43 acres of the former power plant. It's currently zoned industrial, the small portion residential. There was a clear desire on the part of the public to have a public park, and you've heard how that negotiation came to be, and basically was through the IDA and in part to this text amendment change. It was clear that the option to purchase the private land for public park and lake access is a once in a multi-generational opportunity. And no, we do not have funds to purchase that park outside of using TIF funds at this time. Talks were initiated. They created the mechanism to have the property remediated and created a mixed-use development in 23 acres of lakefront park. Again, without using our general fund money and not creating any debt and any liability to the city. The interim developmental agreement was approved by City Council November 24, and it covered environmental remediation, demolition, zoning, and tax increment financing for the acquisition and development. And these do comply and align with our comprehensive land use plan from 2019, including of which there were 6 goals for implementation, and this one checks off 4 of those boxes. When a development consistent with Chapter 1219 Lakeside Mixed Use Overlay District is presented to the city, it must comply with our codes, including the necessary view sheds, having parking on private property to accommodate the population, require a traffic impact analysis, and the developer must pay for all required infrastructure improvements. If at any point during the city's due diligence, they are not satisfied, meaning the city is not satisfied with the inspections and investigation of the property, or there is no park, or TIF cannot be supported, then the city can exit the agreements and the project will not go forward. Again, what's before you today, City Council has made suggestions and revisions for additional changes, and they've all been incorporated in the document you have today. Again, reminder, this is a legislative text amendment. This is not establishing an overlay district. Any future impacts to the city will be debated, I'm sure, at great length in connection with any specific development plan that is brought up. But again, I thank the public and our council for all the great questions that they have, and I would hope that at the when we're presenting this legislation, that our professionals can come up and answer some of the questions that the public have raised. Thank you. That's the end of my report.
Thank you. And I'll be glad to have, I'm sure council will be glad to have any questions that they need answered by them during the legislative portion. Any questions for the mayor? Seeing none, it's time for the council president report. I do want to report that on Thursday evening, I've been invited and I will be attending I guess a symposium would be the best word to put it, of over 30 to 35 council presidents throughout the Cuyahoga County and Lorain County area to hear what they have to say, to try and learn how to do what I do here better. And I will bring any comments or things that I received to my next report. And that's all I have to report this evening. Any questions for the council president? All right, seeing none. Mr. Law Director, you're up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Just 2 things I want to refer to. We're talking about code and text amendment. Section 121402C of the Planning and Zoning Code establishes that applications for code text and zoning map amendments may be initiated by the property owner, the Planning Commission, or City Council. In this case, the City Council referred both cases to the Planning Commission by approving the interim development agreement. Also, in 121402, 5D, it specifically says the City Council shall adopt with some modification, or deny the recommendation of the Planning Commission. Such action shall only require a concurring vote of a simple majority of City Council, period, unless the Council would determine to deny, which requires a 3/4 majority. I just want to refer that to it. That's how it gets to the City Council from Planning Commission, and City Council can approve, deny, or approve with recommendations, modifications. Thank you.
What's your point of reading that for us?
Specifically, as far as referring something back to Planning Commission by City Council right now. It was brought up by Mr. Shamir, deferred back to Planning Commission for further modification. The code specifically says City Council shall adopt with modification or deny. It doesn't go back to the Planning Commission.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the Law Director? Seeing none, we're on to the Finance Director.
I don't have a report this evening, but I will have a brief presentation at some point, once directed by you, Mr. President. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the Finance Director? Seeing none, on to the Public Works Director. Mr. Liskovic.
Nothing new to report this evening, sir.
All right. And I see a hand came up from Mrs. Fenderbosch.
Yes, thank you. While I was out of town, I thought that you did a very eloquent job of answering a resident's question about the bridge that's over at Country Club, because there's a number of people that have now contacted me about that particular bridge. Could you elaborate? We know that it's a 2-step. There's design, and then there's actually the implementation.
Right. So I guess to elaborate on that. So earlier this season, we approved a contract with American Structure Point for the replacement of the structure for over at Country Club. So we're actually going to be meeting with American Structure Point. They're going to be completing design work for that bridge replacement in 2026, with construction to be scheduled in 2027. So as we get more details on that project, we'll bring those forth.
Seeing none, we're on to the standing committees of council. We'll start with building and utilities. Ms. Gentry.
Yes, our next meeting will be June 8th as part of the CCM, and I will need to bring First Energy in at that time. I don't know if we need to have a separate work session for that.
I would say let's just make it part of the committee meeting, huh?
Or, sorry, was it Ward 1? Ward 1 issue with First Energy?
Yes.
All right, let's just make it part of the building and utilities committee meeting.
Yep.
2 and 1.
Oh, 1 and 2? Okay.
Anything else? Okay. On to economic development, Mr. Shamir.
Yes, we have the 2025 Job Growth Incentive Award that is going to have its first reading, and it's going to be passed on an emergency basis on the second reading. So that's what we have coming up.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions for Economic Development Committee Chairman, Mr. Shamir? Seeing none, we're on to environmental. Mrs. Goodwin.
I have nothing this evening.
Thank you. Any questions? All right. Seeing none, we're on to finance. Finance Committee will meet as part of the CCM on June 8th. We will meet we'll have ours after the buildings and utilities so that the folks from CEI, or showing my age again, the folks from First Energy come in and give their report to the economic, or to the Building and Utilities Committee. And then there's 2 items which I'll have the finance director address at the time of legislation that are on the agenda. Anything else for finance? All right, we're on to human resources. Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had our meeting earlier tonight, and it was put out that the city engineer role was declined. That process will continue. There are positions opening up that need to be filled. The captain of the fire department due to retirement, lieutenant for the fire department, that test will be on June 16th. And a sergeant for the police department, that test will be June 25th.
Thank you. Any questions for the HR committee? All right, seeing none, we're on to public safety and health. Mr. Kaz.
Thank you, Mr. Council President. Just to note that this Wednesday's Public Safety and Health Committee meeting is going to be canceled due to a lack of actionable items for the agenda. There was one issue that was brought forward by non-committee member Mrs. Fenderbosh and committee member Mrs. Goodwin with regards to the surveillance cameras with the old firehouse, and I'd like to ask the mayor if he can comment on that right now.
Sure, we are aware. There was a couple issues at the fire department where video would have been handy to maybe illuminate what happened. We have already put up 1 camera. We're not thinking that's going to be sufficient, so we're going to be looking at additional 1 or 2 cameras to be added to that area just to make sure we have full coverage.
And Mr. Mayor, if you could update us on the progress of that, and also if there needs to be a need to discuss that with the full committee, please let me know. I'd be happy to schedule that for next
Of course,
meeting.
thank you.
Thank you.
I think that I said that the collective committee meeting was going to be on the 8th, but it's on the 1st.
That's incorrect. Yeah, I
Yeah.
misspoke.
Yeah,
I
it's
would
gonna.
need
They're
to
both
update.
going to be on the 1st.
Yes.
And the reason I actually noticed is because I was gonna say to Mr. Cos, if something comes up in the meantime and you need to have a committee meeting, please let the clerk know. Thank you. Anything further for the public safety and health? Okay, we're on to public service. Mrs. Fenderbosh.
Thank you, Council President. So Public Service is going to meet next on June the 3rd at 5:30 PM. We have one item on our agenda tonight, and it is the third reading of Resolution Number 26-39, which is basically the grant from the Ohio Department of Natural Resources. And it is a pass-through grant that is paying for the new gazebo at Veterans Memorial Park and the little pathway over there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the Chair of Public Service? Seeing none, we're on the Planning Commission report. Mr. Reynolds.
I have no report for this evening, but the next meeting for Planning Commission will be June 2nd.
Thank you. Any idea what might be on that agenda at this point?
I have not seen anything yet.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Planning Commission? Seeing none, Mayor, we're on the Zoning Board of Appeals.
Next meeting is May 27th. There's 2 cases on the agenda.
Thank you. Any questions for the Zoning Board? All right, next we have Parks and Rec Commission. Mrs. Goodwin.
Thank you. We do have a Parks and Rec meeting next Wednesday at 5:30 PM in the conference room downstairs of City Hall.
All right, any idea what's on that agenda?
Yes,
So people know?
as of right now, I haven't seen anything official yet, but they have accepted my consideration for a deep dive into the park survey, and then also the discussion about volleyball courts at Sunset Park. Those were the two things I had asked to be added, but I can't speak to anything else that's on the agenda at this time.
All right, thank you very much. And you did go over that survey at our last meeting, I think.
Yes, I did.
All right. Yes, Mrs. Fenderbosh.
Thank you. Mrs. Goodwin, the gentleman that is behind the neighborhood discussions about adding to Sunset Park, has he been notified that there's a meeting so he can attend to present?
He has, yes. We
Perfect.
had a
Thank you.
conversation last week.
Thank you so much.
All right, any other questions? All right, next we have special committee reports. Any special committees on my left? We have 2 on my right. Let's go with Ms. Gentry first.
There's a communications meeting this Wednesday, it's this Thursday at 6 o'clock in the library.
All right. Yes, Mrs. Any questions for that? Okay. Mrs. Fenderbosh.
Thank you. The Tree Commission is going to meet next on June the 10th at 6 p.m. And I want to thank the Tree Commission for putting together the tree donations that were made available at the Garden Club's fundraiser, and also planting trees that they're growing throughout the summer, spring, summer, and into the fall, so they will be ready for the Fall Fest to auction off to help with the scholarship of the Kiwanis. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Tree Commission Chair? All right, seeing none, we're on to legislation. Are there any additions, corrections to the agenda for third readings?
Point of order, I'm trying to figure out the addition to add legislation.
Are you going to propose a motion?
So I had proposed a motion from the economic development meeting.
That's fine, go ahead.
Okay, oh,
Say
sorry.
your motion.
So I wanted to move to have the mayor enter into an agreement with a economic consultant that can do an economic impact study and feasibility study prior to the agreement for the 1219.
All right, there's a motion on the floor. Any discussion?
We've had a lot of discussion.
I would be happy to support such a motion if it did not have the referral back to 1219. So I will not be able to support that motion.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Yeah, I concur. I would support that, but with the 1219 language in it, I just can't. If it was involved, if it was not in there, I would definitely support it. And I do still hope that we put together some sort of a overall economic citywide feasibility study, which we've talked about for a long time. So I still hope that that's on the table in the future. Thank you.
All right. Any other further discussion?
Yes,
Go ahead, Mr. Schumer.
I have the resolution for authorizing the finance director to disperse.
Oh, hold on, I want to take the vote on the first
Okay,
motion
sure.
first. All right, this is a motion that Mrs. Gentry made. If the clerk would call the roll, please.
Mr. Shamir?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
No.
Mrs. Fenderbosh?
No.
Ms. Gentry?
Yes.
Mrs. Goodwin?
Yes.
Mr. Koss,
No.
Mr. Reynolds?
No.
Okay, that motion has failed. Mr. Shamir, you have a motion?
Yes, I have two, actually.
Excuse me, if this is, we're doing business here. You're welcome to contact us or say what you'd like to at the end of the meeting, but please don't disrupt our meeting any further. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Shamir.
So the first is resolution number 26-43, authorizing the finance director to disperse the job growth incentive program awards for tax year 2024 and declaring an emergency.
Any discussion on that motion?
It's as per discussed, and as per ordinance, we're obliged to move forward.
Right, and I've asked Mr. Esborn to give me a copy of it.
Thank you.
So we're going to add the first reading of, is it 2640? Thank you. 26-43.
Point of
Okay,
order.
yes,
Can I revise my
as soon as we're
request?
done.
Yeah, I
doing
know,
this.
I'm sorry, I don't, okay. Thank you.
Okay, call the roll on the adding of the ordinance.
Mr. Shamir?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mrs. Fenderbosh?
Yes.
Ms. Gentry?
Yes.
Mrs. Goodwin?
Yes.
Mr. Koss,
Yes.
Mr. Reynolds?
Yes.
Okay, that ordinance, that motion has passed. Ms. Gentry, you had a
Yes,
question?
I would like to add to the legislation a motion for the economic study previously mentioned without the requirement for the, prior to the 1219.
Any discussion on that motion? Yes, Mr.
So this is gonna add this, her motion is to add it
Add it to the agenda.
to the agenda as a motion? So we're voting to add it as a motion,
Or
or,
I don't know what the proper terminology is.
that's what I'm asking.
Well, it sounds like she's making a motion.
I want added to the agenda so that we can vote on whether or not to proceed with the mayor. Whatever the wording is, I want the mayor to proceed with getting an economic consultant,
And not tying it to the
not
12.
tied to the 1219.
Thank you, Ms.
Okay.
Gentry.
So there's a motion to add Ms. Gentry's motion to the.
Is it a motion or is it, okay.
It's-
Motion to add, but is
You're gonna
it
have to
an
get-
ordinance?
You're gonna have to go get RFQs and everything else. You're gonna have an ordinance
Yeah.
if you're gonna do that.
Okay.
But,
It's a motion to add.
So you'd like to ask
Yes.
the mayor to get a RFQ, a
Yes.
motion, add that to the agenda? Okay, so,
you can do that, and we'll have an ordinance for prepare for the next council meeting if that was the case, if it passes.
okay. Call the roll, please.
Mr. Shamir?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mrs. Fenderbosh?
Yes.
Ms. Gentry?
Yes.
Mrs. Goodwin?
Yes.
Mr. Koss,
Yes.
Mr. Reynolds?
Yes.
Any other additions or deletions to the agenda? All right, seeing none, we do have a motion that's been added to the agenda, and the motion is to have a economic analysis request RFQs to review financial information as we get it, not only now, but into, not only what we already have, but into the
Yeah.
future. Okay.
Economic feasibility study, sorry.
Okay,
I lost the words.
you got that as best you can?
I think so.
Okay.
I'll listen back.
All right, so, we'll now, act on that motion. Please call the roll.
Can you read it again, the motion, please?
Yeah, I'm gonna, you write it down, I'll read what you have,
Okay.
or you can read what you have.
So I think it's to have an economic feasibility study, to request RFQs for.
An RFQ for an
I
economic
think-
feasibility study.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that everything? Okay.
For what? Feasibility studies for the city?
For the city.
For specifically,
For the power plant or the whole city or?
For the,
Just
for
to make
the,
sure we're
for the
clear.
power plant
Assuming-
redevelopment, yeah,
if it passes.
yeah.
Power plant.
I mean, you're going ahead, you should be passing this first and see if that passes before you.
Well, yeah, I mean, she's asked for the motion, I mean, at some point, there's gonna be, we hope something, so. All right, yes, Mr. Cos?
Just so we're clear, this is not, again, this is not tied, I didn't hear it, and I think I know the answer, but this is not tied to 12, being done prior to 12/19.
No, it's not tied to 12/19.
But it involves the whole city area, that's the intent?
It,
Okay,
yes,
okay.
it needs to,
To include the power
to
plant area, to
include
be
the
fair?
power plant,
Okay,
yes.
okay,
To
that's fine.
include.
I would only comment that you should make that motion if these pass, otherwise you're
if
gonna
these
be.
pass.
So-
Otherwise, we don't need to.
Right, otherwise you're spending money for
We do
nothing.
a feasibility study for the whole city.
Well, we need the economic
You could do
feasibility
it
study
after
for the
this.
whole
You
city.
could do it
but-
after these
sorry.
votes, you know. You could do it after the
I'm
vote
sorry.
on 2636 and 2637.
So it's independent of the 12/19 passing. We need an economic feasibility study for the entire city, independent of the power plant for the city.
Okay,
What feasibility are we looking at for the entire city? I just want to be clear on what we're doing.
So we need to understand the economic feasibility. It does have to do with the power plant as well as but it needs to look at the entire city in order to understand the impact of that to the city.
Of the power plant development.
Development feasibility, how's that?
I think it would probably, if I may,
yes.
I think it would probably tie into the development of the power plant as it pertains to the city and the infrastructure impact, overall infrastructure impact. So it
It's
would be encompassing.
The infrastructure and jobs and.
Exactly.
But it's basically something that if 2636 and 2637 are passed, that would go into place,
Yes,
right?
yes.
That's why I do it after.
Yeah. Yeah, we could do that afterward, if you want.
That's fine.
All right, so you withdraw the motion then?
You tell me, I don't know. I
All
just
right.
want to vote on it
Well,
at some
all
point.
right, yeah, well, now's the time to do the motion, so, under our agenda. So now's the time to do the motion. I think everybody's pretty clear on what it is. Go ahead.
Well,
Maybe not.
I'm not. I'm going
Go
to be
ahead.
blonde about it. Okay. So I just want to make sure because I think we've talked about a lot of different things.
Yeah, my mind is.
So there's an economic development feasibility for the future city, right? And then there's the economic feasibility of the power plant development. So which one is it? So that we all understand.
So I think we need to do both. I think that's probably the issue. So we need to understand the power plant, but the impact of the whole city needs to be taken a look at from the economic development plan that Mr. Shamir is talking about.
All right.
So we can do that at a
I'm gonna
different
make
time.
a
I'm
suggestion. Go ahead, Mr. Shamir.
If I may, and I think an economic feasibility for the overall city would be directly tied to the economic development strategy and plan.
Yes.
And I think that is something that happens
Future state.
in the future state once that has been developed and finished.
So I think what I'd like to ask is I think that as I hear council that everybody's on board with this, I would ask that the motion be withdrawn and that a motion come forward at our next council meeting on June 8th that specifically sets forth what you're looking to do and
Okay,
how you
so-
wanna do it.
We also need to understand the economic feasibility of this project. So and that I think needs to happen sooner rather than before we have the economic development plan, resiliency plan.
It's your call. I mean, we can call the roll on it.
We
I
can
think
call
I
the roll on
understand.
it. I'm too tired.
I think I understand what you're trying to accomplish. But I would say that probably the best thing is to
I don't want to withdraw it tonight because I think it's important that we have this study done as part of this. I wanted it done before the 1219,
There'll have
but
to
it
be a
can't.
separate ordinance down the road that sets forth what the
Okay,
plan
but he
is
can
and
go
all
out for an RFQ for an economic study for that plant, that area, right?
Subdivider.
That project.
Mr. Cos?
Yeah, just scribbling down some language here, and I'm gonna say I move, but I'm really not moving. I move to authorize the mayor to advertise for an RFQ for a citywide feasibility study, or words to that effect. Is that what you're kind of looking for, Ms. Gentry?
So I need something for this project to indicate that this project is feasible for the city and will not cause bankruptcy.
That's tying it again to 2019, which we,
Okay.
okay.
So we need both. That's the problem. We need both. We can do that one later, but I need something with this specific project. I understand it's not tied to 1219 because nobody wants to prevent 1219 from being voted on. I understand that, but we need to move forward with this as well.
If I may,
Yeah, Mr. Schmidt.
I'm a bit confused. So if you're saying that it can't mention 1219, I mean, if 1219 passes or not, that moves forth. But evaluating the economics of 1219 as it's being proposed and the concept is something that should be done. I mean, that should be the clarity that the city council has.
Well, we already voted 4-3 against that.
No, that is the referral. That's you're saying that it's tied to it. It's not. She took the tie component out.
But it still needs to be done, not as part of the 1219.
If a project comes through under 1219, yes, but I don't have any issue with that. But I don't want it, I don't think it should be tied into the 1219.
So we need to understand the impact of what the 1219 will do to the city.
I mean, we're asking to go blindly into something, even if it's passed. So I don't understand what the case of saying that the information that already exists, that is being utilized by the finance director and the team that's been available to the city for quite a bit, goes and gets evaluated by an economic analyst or an organization which would be bound by an NDA. And I don't understand why that would be tied.
Mr. Cos, can you read what you wrote down again, please?
Can't get my, there we go. I wrote down, I was trying to decipher everything the best I could, and it's probably not right, but and again, I'm not moving, I'm reading it. I move to authorize the mayor to advertise for an RFQ for a citywide feasibility study. That's, that would be something that I would support. If there was something, I will say that if it's about the power plant parcel in particular, language that just recently failed or was discussed that tied it as a prerequisite to passing that, I wouldn't accept. If it was a part of the fact gathering after a vote on 1219, I don't have an issue with that.
So all I wanted to do was revoke the requirement that it be done before the 1219.
Right.
So
So
it's
what
an
I
ex-
would add to your motion that, Mr. Cos, is in the event that you would request the RFQ in the event ordinance 26-36 passes.
All right.
Huh?
I move, because he doesn't
gonna
want to
reframe
move.
it?
I'm going to
Please,
move.
you move.
I move to authorize the administration to send out for, or advertise for an RFQ for an economic impact analysis for this project should 1219 pass.
Okay, any further discussion?
Hello?
Yes.
Yes, I do have further discussion. So any kind of a feasibility is just going to be made up numbers until we have a vertical developer. A vertical developer comes in and says, this is what I'm going to be building. It's going to be a museum or whatever. It's going to be a laboratory. It's going to be whatever it's going to be. Then you have something that you can have an analysis by. Right now, it's just made up numbers, and I think it would be a waste of the city's money.
Mr. Shamir?
Doing sensitivity analysis is an understanding of what can cause a project to move into the positive or into the negative. A feasibility is what you can call it, but a sensitivity analysis of economics is a function of conceptuals. It's done every day with any project before it gets even on the board. As Mr. Shields mentioned, he's already gone through the process himself for his sensitivities. So having a sensitivity doesn't mean that you are going through and making up numbers. You have a baseline and you assess based on a baseline. That's it.
But that's not what she's asking for.
That's what she's asking for.
She didn't ask for sensitivity. She asked for economic feasibility.
Hold on. Yes, she did ask for feasibility.
Yeah, I misspoke. What I meant, there's a specific terminology that was provided by Kleinfelder. I looked at my text message. She said an economic impact analysis.
That's different.
Modify your motion.
Sorry.
Modify your motion.
That's how I read it.
Oh.
So the RFQ shall be an economic impact analysis for the proposed scope of the project for the mixed-use overlay as defined in 1219.
If 1219 passes.
Should 1219 pass.
Okay. Can you pass that down to the clerk, please?
Can I take a picture of it? Yeah, I'll write it down.
Take a picture. Do you want to take a picture? Stickies?
All right, there you go.
And sir, I do have a question. How would this be funded?
Well, you'd have to have the finance director work on that. But the other part of it is, it could be funded under the TIF, under the development, the interim development agreement. All right. Would you read the motion into the record, please?
To authorize the mayor to advertise for economic impact analysis and sensitivity feasibility study if 1219 passes.
RFQ.
RFQ was in there.
RFQ.
No, it's not, but it should be.
I think we got it.
Advertise for RFQ.
Go ahead, yeah, read it.
To authorize the mayor to advertise for RFQs for economic impact analysis and sensitivity feasibility study if 1219 passes.
Any further discussion? Please call the roll. Oh, hold on, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
I-
The question was brought up on how we're gonna pay for this. I mean, we don't know until we get the RFQs back, choose a firm, enter into a contract negotiations. We're not sure how much this is gonna cost. Finances, I'll just say, are very tight. So we're gonna be doing this analysis based upon a lot of assumptions and, the economic feasibility of just that process. I'm not sure how the finance director is gonna find money for that. And then we'll probably want to repeat that after we actually get a developer in, when we have actual numbers. So just throwing that out there for conversation.
Okay, call the roll, please.
Mr. Shamir?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mrs. Fenderbosh?
Yes.
Ms. Gentry?
Yes.
Mrs. Goodwin?
Yes.
Mr. Koss,
Yes.
Mr. Reynolds?
Yes.
All right, that motion passed. Any other additions or deletions to the agenda?
Point of order.
Sure.
I'd like to make a motion pursuant to codified ordinance section 1214.02 C2 and council rule codified ordinance section 220.01 C1. I hereby initiate a proposed code text amendment to section 1219 MUO district and request referral to the Planning Commission for review and recommendation concerning revisions and issues raised during the public process.
Any discussion? Well, he's actually proposing a new ordinance to send to planning commission. Mr. Cos?
Yeah, just clarification on this. So I heard what you just said there to the law director. Is this proposing new information outside of what is in our packet tonight that we're gonna be voting on, that this would specifically be referred to planning commission? Can somebody explain it? I'm not clear.
In addition to.
Or is this to modify the 1219 that is in front of us right now?
That's what he's asking. Let him answer, please.
So it specifically goes back to the economic sensitivity and analysis of this project.
Is it a change to the ordinance
Yes.
that we have? Okay.
And
it is.
And if I may continue
Yes.
with my, I mean, we just got this, just an hour or two on our break in between the meetings. And there's a number of changes that are in here on a document that's been discussed in multiple months of public meetings with negotiation with our attorneys and the opposing property owner. It is really far down the line on this to bring this changes that haven't been vetted by our legal team or anything like that at this time. Some of the things in here don't seem way out of whack on some things. I don't know, I haven't read it, but I can't support it as it's being proposed here right now. If there's a way to go back in at some point and modify 1219 after more vetting and more consideration and negotiation on these things, I could be open for that. But in this instance of having it presented as it is, which are substantial changes, I can't support this. Thank you.
All right. Any further discussion? Yes, Mr. Shamir.
The last change that came to us actually showed up at our desks here just before the meeting. So, I mean, it's an evolution of what we have seen. I received a packet Saturday at 6:38 from the finance director. So from 6:38 p.m. until 1:17 a.m. Sunday, I effectively went through, and then based on what I saw, delved into trying to put together this. I unfortunately don't have the leisure of having lawyers and law firms at my beck and call. I'm the one council person that got information. However, it seems that everyone else can shove information at this dais as we show up. But when somebody else that doesn't fit the narrative shows up with a request, we can't support it. That, to me, is a bit off. I mean, this is not the first time. And when you have a substantial revision and unresolved planning concerns, it requires additional review, then additional review is appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? If you would, please, Mr. Shamir, give Ms. Rosemary the notes on your motion.
Yeah.
Can you read the motion, please?
Pursuant to codified ordinance section 1214.02C2 and council rule, council ordinance section 220.01C1, a motion to initiate a proposed code text amendment to section 1219 mixed use overlay district and request referral to the Planning Commission for review and recommendation concerning revisions and issues raised during the public process.
Any further discussion? Please call the roll.
Mr. Shamir?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
No.
Mrs. Fenderbosh?
No.
Ms. Gentry?
Yes.
Mrs. Goodwin?
No.
Mr. Koss,
No.
Mr. Reynolds?
No.
That motion has failed. Any other additions or deletions? All right, seeing none, we'll go to third readings. If the clerk would read by title only. Ordinance number 26-36.
An ordinance enacting Avon Lake Code of Ordinances Chapter 1219, Lakefront Mixed Use Overlay District.
Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you. This is the third reading of 26-36, and I am led to believe that we will have presentations prior to? Or do I have to
We've
make a
already had
motion?
some presentations on it. I don't know, yes, Ms. Crossie.
Mr. President, just
Yes.
a point of order. Before that happens, he should move for passage before
Oh.
giving.
Yeah, thank you. I move to pass ordinance number 26-36.
All right, in discussion, Ms. Crossie.
Thank you, Council President. So I was asked to review, yes. Thank you. Thank you. I was asked to review some NDA materials in regards to a speculative plan that was put together by ALERG, and to look at where those numbers came from and provide a summary to council. And then in the meantime, last Monday, there was a document shared with the public with some highlights, and they're available this evening. This is a revision that was drawn up on Tuesday. So if you received this form last Monday, you do want to get this one this evening. It does have one change to it. So I just want to say that there are uses of facts and figures as built on discussions from prior administration years and from agreements that have been approved by council. And also, this analysis is very preliminary and will need to take place again with a TIF financial specialist or an economic review, as has been discussed, upon introduction of an actual developer or the vertical developer. And I would also like to comment and thank the superintendent for her comments. We released these numbers with ALERG's approval, and again, it was subject to NDA numbers. So we did share this with the superintendent because it did go out to the public, and we wanted the schools to be aware. And it is with the understanding with the public that there is no agreement in place with the schools. This is a speculative model on what one scenario that could possibly happen at this power plant site. So some of these numbers are small, but this is just the highlights of what I'll touch on real briefly in the next slides. The first item is $54.6 million in project TIF bond proceeds. And as discussed numerous times, those dollars will be used for purchase of the park, $15 million in park improvements, $18.6 million in public infrastructure, and currently there is a $6 million excess in this model that could be used for additional infrastructure or for early payoff of the TIF debt. And that totals approximately $54 million. But the purchase of the park improvements in the public infrastructure comes to about almost $49 million, is again in that summary page that was distributed. And just to reiterate, the city cannot afford to buy this park space without a TIF financing mechanism. So that's why that would be models that we look at. And just to look at estimated property values of this property, today it's assessed at $1.1 million and collects about $27,000 in annual property taxes. With a vertical development developer that would come in and spend approximately $358 million in construction, there would be a $360 million incremental increase for estimated annual tax collections of $8.3 million. During the TIF, 30-year TIF time, those tax collections are pilots or payments in lieu of taxes, and they are used to pay off the bond that is taken out to finance the purchase of the park, the improvements, and the public infrastructure within the development. So the total pilots over the 30 years would total almost $198 million. And again, that would be used to repay the TIF bonds. And those payments amortize to a total of about $193 million. So there is about a $4 million gap there that of pilots over the amortized portion of the TIF bonds. During the 30-year TIF period, and again, this is subject to negotiation with the schools, and nothing is in place. This is just this model, what is projected. The schools would collect $45.5 million in the pilots. And after the 30-year TIF period, the schools would collect $5.5 million annually, and the city would collect $0.9 million annually. And those, after the TIF period, those are the property taxes that are being projected. And I did do some analysis on the income tax, and as stated by Mr. Shamir and Ms. Gentry, there are many scenarios that can take place with income tax. The first assumption that is made is income tax that would be collected just one time on construction estimates during the construction period of about $1.3 million to $2.1 million, depending on what model is used. Some assumptions started at 25% up to the 40% of construction costs are estimated to be wages based on construction workers in the area. But again, that would be one-time income tax collections over that period of construction. Ongoing income tax, in this model, there's an estimated 321 additional jobs being proposed within the development area in that 88,000 square foot commercial and office space. Approximately 321 additional jobs, and that income tax is estimated at almost $232,000 annually. And then the numbers that I came up with were based on some numbers from Regional Income Tax Agency was able to provide me with ranges of what residents are currently making, and these are ranges based on income tax returns that are filed. And so I worked up a number of scenarios from the low amount that Mr. Shamir mentioned of 10% of residents working within the city and 30% of folks retired in that area. And that 30% of folks retired is higher than the current estimate of 20%. Also, current scenario of our income tax is that 25% of the residents work within the city. So I'm working with a lower percent of 10% working within the city and 30% retired as possibly the lowest model. And that would bring in $252,000. If we go with the scenario of 20% folks with retired and 25% working within the city, that would bring in $720,000. So you can see there's quite a range based on the development that would come in, how many jobs that might bring, what sorts of residents purchase the condominiums or rent in the apartments. And then there are projected incremental costs associated with the property. And we had our police chief, our fire chief, and the public works director look into what possible incremental costs might be related to this area. And they provided memos to council that council was able to review. And the police chief came up with one additional full-time officer at an average salary of $150,000 a year. The fire chief came up with additional fire overtime of about $158,000 annually. The public works director offered up one additional public works employee at $127,000, and then estimated public works materials of about $30,000. So those total incremental service costs are approximately $465,000 annually. If the development streets were to be private, which could be part of the negotiation process that takes place, there would be no additional public works costs within that development outside of the park. The park would be a different scenario. We are estimating the park costs if it is not managed by Metro Parks, would be approximately $312,000. And that is based on some numbers provided to us based on Lakeview and Lorraine. So, which is more acreage, and it also has a park director and assistant park director that might possibly be worked through Public Works in a different scenario. So that's just real brief highlights on what could take place within development. And as you see, there are many factors to consider as we're looking at the economic impact. And I, as a finance director, also agree that it would be beneficial to have an economic specialist, especially regarding TIFs and redevelopment, come in and help look at these scenarios.
All right, thank you. Anything further? Yes, Mr. Shamir.
I've got a few questions. Can we go to the first slide, please? Okay, sorry, maybe it's the third slide.
I'm sorry.
The third slide, maybe. There we go.
Yeah.
So the 54.6 million, we've got 15 purchase of park, 15 park improvements, 18.6 for public infrastructure. So what happens with the remedial action, the environmental remediation? I mean, that is an unknown, but there's a high likelihood that we have to, at a minimum cap, we have to excavate. We already know that there is concrete that has to be segregated and removed. So how does that fit in there? Because the 18.6 number does not quite match what was in the NDA documents, because there was considerable amounts of infrastructure beyond that. And I'm trying to see how that 18.6, the 6 million excess, and then the remediation kind of go together.
I'd refer that to them out there.
Yes, please.
First, thank you, Mr. Swear. You worked pretty hard to look at.
For the record.
Yeah, Dick Shields, Chicago, Illinois. You've looked pretty carefully at probably the July 25.
All of them, everything that you gave us.
All right, well, I have 42 different TIF budgets, so there's a lot of them, okay. So in 2022, in April 2022, we finished our conceptual master plan and had R.A. Smith produce engineering plans, which you've seen in the data room, for all the infrastructure, roads, sewer, gas, electric, and the like, for all of the lakeside and all of the south of Lake Road property too. And in that, we had estimated 2 areas of construction, one in cut and fill estimates, which ran about $10 million for the site, okay? And the second thing was the rebuilding of Old Lake Road and of the bridge at Powdermaker Creek, and that was about $8 million. Subsequently, our plan changed, and you saw the change of the plan where we got rid of the Lakeside Road and reduced the number of roads. And you went out and got the state to fund the repair of Lake Road, and so we were able to reduce $6 to $8 million in road and bridge construction. And in the completion of the remediation, we brought in over 100,000 yards of clean fill, and manifested it and documented and brought it onto the site, and then ran LIDAR over the site and then engineered estimates for the remaining cut and fill based upon our conceptual plan of the plateaus coming down. And we're able to reduce $7 to $8 million in the cut and fill estimates because we had the actual information now of the end condition. So we were able to go from conceptual engineering of 22, which was carried forward to the middle of 25, and then when we completed the work in September of 25, we were able to fly the site, get the actual elevations, and produce engineering to say, here's how much now of concrete demolition, how much soil cut and fill was necessary. And then in our January of 26 infrastructure budget, which is the one that you have, make those adjustments based upon that. And we have detailed tabs with all that information. I'm willing to share that with you too. I don't think that was in the PDFs, but that's where the big disconnect is, because we had those infrastructures in there, almost $20 million, that actual conditions, we were able to get free dirt, we were able to eliminate some work based on the plans changing.
So if I may ask.
Yes, go ahead.
So from the 22 numbers to the latter number, we dropped 60%, roughly in cost.
Well, we also dropped because there was 20 acres of property south of Lake Road whose infrastructure costs was included in that.
I realize that.
And so that was eliminated completely.
Yeah. So when you look at the numbers, the latter numbers, it looked like that there was roughly about 60% reduction in cost.
Correct.
But again, this number does not match that number. And that's what I'm trying to see, who's responsible for what remains.
Well, there's two other things that in the subdivision regulations, a utility agreement has to be entered into between the subdivider and the water department regarding water and the gas company regarding any gas service to the site. And so that's not included in the TIF because both Avon Water and the gas
Avon
company.
Lake, sir.
What's that?
Avon Lake.
Avon Lake. Avon Lake Water. Through the utility agreement, enter into agreements with those developers based on serving that building. So that's the other item that is the difference.
Okay. So if I may just continue, I don't know who I should address the next part of this question. So when it comes to remediation cost, we've had this discussion. It does not sit in the park improvement. So where does that remediation cost fit in?
Mr. Davis?
Hello, Todd Davis, outside counsel to Avon Lake with respect to this project. Just to be clear, because I know the question has been raised with respect to who's responsible for remediating this piece of property and to what standard. I would point you to section 6.02 of the agreement, which specifically says that the seller, ALERG, will meet applicable standards under the Ohio Voluntary Action Program in connection with this redevelopment project. What it also provides, as Mr. Shields just identified, is that the final cover, the cap, will be placed after we have the grading done on this piece of property. If you also look at Exhibit E, Section 3, it repeats exactly the same thing. So there should be absolutely no disconnect with respect to who's responsible for cleaning up the property and what standard needs to be achieved. It has to be done by ALERG. We've had those discussions in technical assistance with Ohio EPA. And I'm not sure why there seems to be a continuing uncertainty with respect to that requirement, but it's crystal clear to me and it's in the agreement.
I had these conversations with Mr. Gross, and that is 3 issues that came up. One was remedial action. The other was Powdermaker Creek, which is not a part of this project as it sits. That's what I was told.
That's what the agreement says.
It's not a part of the project.
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, just to be clear, getting a no further action letter for the entire property is part of the project.
Okay.
Opening up Powdermaker Creek and revitalizing it and getting rid of the culvert is not part of the project.
So what about any environmental issues below those culverts?
It has to be addressed in order to get a no further action letter. If there's an impact to the property from Powdermaker Creek or off-site, it needs to be addressed as part of the NFA.
and let me play devil's advocate. So we identify issues, contaminants below the culvert. What happens to the culvert?
Again, I mean, if there's a remediation requirement that's
It
necessary,
is the,
if I may, to finish. If there's remediation that's necessary in connection with the due diligence along the culvert, which is planned, and there's extensive sampling on both sides of the culvert planned as part of the plan, and if you've spoken with Mr. Gross, I'm sure he explained that to you, then it needs to be remediated by ALERC. And if we can't get a no further action letter, which is a contingency of closing this transaction, then we don't close. Simple as that. With respect to where the costs come from, in your question, if there's any additional remediation costs that are necessary in connection with this project, it has to come from the balance of the TIF budget. It doesn't come from the $15 million for acquisition. It doesn't come from the $15 million for park improvements.
so it comes from the balance of the TIF.
Whatever, again, this is one scenario that's being presented, and this is the point. Until you have a vertical developer that's here to go through actual numbers and you have the results of all the due diligence, these are all hypotheticals. And so I think the better way to do it is to figure this out, go through the process, understand with a real developer, I should say the vertical developer, who's going to have to stand behind the finances, which ALERG is not doing. They've told us point blank they're not doing it. The city is not doing it. Let's wait for a vertical developer to come in. They're going to have to make a public presentation with respect to all of these budget numbers. And it's going to be analyzed, now I understand, by a third party who's going to vet the numbers. ALERG, or the vertical developer, is also going to have to guarantee the numbers. So if there's any problem with respect to the property, there has to be some kind of guarantee to backstop the bonds. Or it's not going to get underwritten and there will be no TIF. That's how it works.
So if I may continue.
Go ahead.
When it comes to the infrastructure, existing concrete slabs remaining, where does that fit into this program as the developer comes in? It's their cost to remove all that concrete to build their parkings and footers and everything else?
So on the private property, they need to address that. That's a private transaction. That's up to them to determine. If we determine with a park planner that there is additional incremental costs associated with removing slabs, if we need to do so, then we'll need to either put it in the TIF budget, the additional TIF budget, or we can pay for it out of our $15 million for park improvements, if that's necessary as a development cost.
So maybe I'm not so much worried about the park area. Let's say we cap. I'm wondering if a developer comes in, wants to build 3 stories, 2 stories of parking substructure.
Sure.
Are they going to be looking for TIF funding to do that? Is that how it's looked at in the modeling that you guys have done? Or is that how it was translated? Because during walkthroughs, during conversations, the discussion has come up that this structure that remains will require potential removal at some point in time. The question on who was going to pay for it, the comment was made, the TIF. So this was going to be through TIF funding.
If your question is if there's going to be a basement that needs to be constructed as part of the parking requirement, subsurface, on a private property,
exactly,
who pays for it?
Yes.
The developer needs to either put it in the TIF budget, and then it's got to be vetted through the underwriter, and they're going to have to balance it with respect to other potential needs associated with the project. And if either the project can afford it, and you're going to get a bond underwriter to underwrite it or they won't. And that's, again, I don't know how many different scenarios, there are a zillion different scenarios that could happen with respect to the project, as you've pointed out. And again, I think that the best time to do this underwriting is when you have a vertical developer who's proposing exactly the scenario that you're contemplating might happen, so that we don't have to repeat the work twice. That's just my opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Anyone have any objection to Mr. Liskovic being excused? Okay, thank you, Mr. Liskovic. All right. Any other discussion on ordinance number 26-36? Mr. Kaz.
Anybody else present?
Yeah. We'll get them up as.
I didn't know if they were gonna do a
as the need,
presentation.
yeah. There was one question that somebody asked that I thought that somebody would answer, but I don't even remember what the question was. But Mr. Kaz.
Thank you. So there's a couple of questions here before we vote on this that have been brought up, and I think some of them have been answered in the course of this discussion here tonight, but I do want to speak to them a little bit because they were brought up during the public comment portion, which seems like an eternity ago. The superintendent, I was very happy to see her here, and I think that her comments really show that the ultimate buck stops with the schools and a successful negotiation with the developer and the school board, and the superintendent, as she said, does not have a vote in that. So as we talk about what is the impact of 1219 and what we're going to be asked to vote for tonight, should this pass, recognize that there is a lot of work ahead, and the superintendent's comments, I think, speak right to that. They haven't even had a sit-down conversation yet. And there is no vertical developer, and ALERG is going to talk with them, but they can only talk preliminary stuff. So when there is a developer that eventually comes in, that's when all of the discussions will take place, and it will go up or down depending on the school board. And also, the city of Avon Lake has to pass a TIF ordinance as well, too. So we will be voting on a TIF ordinance as well, along with the schools. So, and I think Ms. Wallace mentioned it as well, too. She asked the question, what if there is no TIF? And I think that the question is clear tonight. If there is no TIF, then all of this with 1219 goes away. If there's no TIF, there's no park. If there's no park, there's no agreement. That's kind of how it goes. So I think that question needs to be made very clear. There was a couple of other questions as well, too, that I think have been asked and answered, but I was writing them down. Ms. Highland, Michaela, and also Mrs. Schneider brought up some questions about who pays for some of these improvements, should they happen? And I think that we've heard it that the developer is the one that's going to be paying for infrastructure improvements and the studies that would be required from the Planning Commission. And I also had a number of residents that contacted me with the very good question. I think Mrs. Schneider actually asked it last week. I can't remember if she asked it tonight or not. But she, and along with some others that had emailed me, asked the question of what happens if the vertical developer comes in and starts this project and they go bankrupt, they stop the project, whatever the situation may be. Is the city then on the hook for any additional funds because the developer flamed out for whatever the reason is? I reached out to Mr. McCloof, who's here tonight, and he did give me the response. I'm going to do a paraphrase on this, and Majid, I don't know if you wanted to comment on it afterwards, but specifically I asked that question about what happens if the developer fails on their end of the deal. What are the financial repercussions that the city could face as a result of that? And Majid sent the email back, and I can distribute this to everybody later. And he said, I'm just going to take a couple of this here. This is what we specifically guarded against in the development agreement. wherein we specified that the city will not issue the debt or put its full faith and credit behind the debt in any way. ALERG understands that the guarantor will be a private party and not the city, and we specified in the IDA that the city will not back that debt in any way. So that's already one of those guardrails, one of those protections that we put in earlier incarnations of this approval process and vetting process of this agreement. So our attorneys did right by us in this instant by putting that protection in there to guard against this situation, which has been brought up by a number of residents, and rightfully so. Additionally, I know it's been mentioned a few times tonight, but I'm going to say it again, that with regards to the remediation, again, I reached out to Mr. McLoof and talked about what happens if the remediation isn't done to our satisfaction, and we've heard this throughout the evening. And I just want to, I like the phrase that he used on this, and it can't be said enough. In the event that the purchaser, in the purchaser's sole discretion, shall be dissatisfied with the results of its inspections and investigations of the property, excuse me, and notifies the seller in writing on or about the prior date of the due diligence period, the deal essentially then is off. But the purchaser's sole discretion, I think, is a powerful term that is used, and it's understood as this recent questions by Mr. Shamir and Mr. Davis state that if we are dissatisfied with that remediation, sole discretion, we have the ability to walk away from this. And I think that's very important to continue to put out there. Another protection that we have, and I think I'll get through my other comments here right now, because a lot of these have been said, like I said earlier tonight. I am not going to go into too much of the repeating, but a couple things that I wanted to say as we wrap up this piece of this discussion, which has been one of the ongoing things that we've had for years. So, with this whole thing started with 1218 and 1219, well, the entire thing started with the power plant when it went out, when it announced that it was going to be deactivated, I think in 2020 or 2021, around there. And the city, as been mentioned, had three things that we really wanted to do. We wanted to acquire public access to the lake. They're not making lakefront property anymore. And for Avon Lake to get 23 acres, over half of this piece of property for public use, and public is the key word there, for public use to own, for Avon Lake to own public land on the lake, which, like I said, they were not making any more. That was one. Two, we wanted to have that land remediated for its intended use. And then three, we wanted to do all of this without using public tax dollars out of the general fund or have to take out loans or some other interest-bearing debt. Those were the three criteria that we really wanted to have at the start of this project. The agreements, the TIF, the numbers, all of these things that have been talked about have been set up to satisfy those three early requirements that the city of Avon Lake said that we want to get out of this deal. Putting together this mixed-use overlay allowed us to also add in a number of businesses that we would prefer to go there. And that whole list has been talked about many times. A lot of these businesses would be very exciting and very popular in the city. We also have a list of businesses that would not be permitted to go in there. So we really wanted to make sure that we promoted the mixed use. Part of the discussion we had talked about was putting, early on, was talking about putting on percentages on the sizes of the different types of mixed use. It was advised that that's not always the best interest of the city, and what we did instead was, my colleague, Mrs. Fenderbosch, brought it up at Planning Commission, that they expand the number of required mixed uses. And to their credit, ALERG agreed to expand to 4 total uses that would need to take place. They're out of that list. One of them, obviously, an addition. One of them, obviously, would be residential, but it would be 3 additional uses that would have to be a part of that mixed use, at a minimum 3 additional. Count the proposed public land, so you have 5 uses on that piece of property that would be there. And I think that is a key part of this, is that this isn't just, nobody likes the idea of 1,200 units. Nobody does. I hate it. And I hope that the number actually comes in far less than that. But when you look at what the options are for the city, if we want to obtain this once in a lifetime, or as Mr. Zimnick said last week, once in a 300-year opportunity to acquire this piece of lakefront property, this was a part of the negotiation to receive it. It's neither side is getting everything that they want out of it. There are risks with everything. There are risks on their end. There are risks on our end. But I don't want to look back on this 15 years from now and we pass up on this opportunity and it's developed as totally private property. Who knows what types of businesses or whatever might go in there, but we miss out on that opportunity and it's all private, and whatever green space there is, it's private. This is an opportunity to return lakefront property to the people of Avon Lake, and that's my goal on all of this. I hear residents, I understand it. I hate parts of this as well too, but that's the struggle that I've had through this whole thing, is how do we weigh what I see is the ultimate goal on this in getting our Avon Lake, getting us back to the lake, getting us more of the lake, getting us more of that area. How do we do that and also have a mixed use that could be financially beneficial for the area? And keep in mind, if this thing pops, if that north side pops, that south side of the street is going to go next as well too. There are developers, there are businesses that I have heard through reliable sources that are very interested in the south side, but they say wait until, call us back when the north side does something. But that whole area can be a district. So I look at it not just as the north side, but as a district, north and south. How can the south side then benefit from it as well? So there could be an economic boom on the south side as well too. So as we move forward on this, I'm going to be voting yes on this because of the guardrails, because of the off-ramps, because of all of the things that we've talked about, the protections that have been put in, the numbers that have been run, numbers that will continue to be run on this. So as we do this study that Ms. Gentry put forward, as we get those numbers back, those will help us in the next steps of this as well too. When we look at this, those will be beneficial when a vertical developer does come in, and not just on the north side, but also on the south side as well too, which are not a part of the 1219. And I will say this, that if we don't act on 1219 and 1218 is there, 1218 does not have a public land component. It would be completely private. And I think that would be a real shame if we miss this opportunity to acquire public land. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cos. Mrs. Goodwin, did you want?
I had a question. I had a couple questions.
Okay,
Is that okay?
perfect, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I had just, I had a couple questions for, I believe it would be Majid, if that's okay.
Well, yeah, go ahead, come on up, name and city.
Thank you. So could you just quickly walk us through what happens specifically if 1219 is passed tonight? What happens next?
Sure. 1219, if it's passed tonight, and I think that's been emphasized repeatedly, we are not rezoning the property itself. It's a text amendment that then would be available. Hopefully they'd be able to get a vertical developer. At that point, a vertical developer would come in with a development plan. That development plan will go through the planning commission, will go through the review process for approval, and at that point, that's when that zoning gets applied to the property. Now, at that point, there will be a request for TIFs. I think you're going into the financial, go ahead.
No. At that point, what future authority and leverage does the city still retain after the passage of 1219?
Sure.
As it relates to development agreements, infrastructure, park implementation, financial negotiations, including TIF and any other funding.
Sure. if you want to think of it this way, the city pretty much has all the levers at that point. And why do I say this? Yes, the property owner is vested with that zoning, the ability to come with a development plan for that zoning, what's in place. But that means that somebody would have to develop it without a TIF, and they have to provide a public park that is at least 20 acres. So the only way that they can take advantage of 1219 as it stands, if you pass it tonight, is they have to somehow come up with 20 plus acres public park, publicly owned park, and they would have to do it without a TIF. Otherwise, they can't take advantage of 1219 unless the city is willing to do the TIF, unless the schools are willing to do the TIF, unless the city is willing to purchase the property. They literally, the only thing that they can do with this is they have to develop it without a TIF, and they have to come up with a way to provide the park on their own.
And on perfect segue, why 23 acres of parkland?
I think that was, I wasn't part of that component. I think that was initially the negotiations in terms of the park, and I think it may have been suggested. Somebody else would be better able to answer that question instead of me talking to it.
And I'm just asking why that number, not,
Yeah.
okay.
It was the depth from the water line to the historic shoreline into the property. You draw that across there, and then we adding parkland to go all the way to Lake Road, so that around Powdermaker Creek and where the transformer building was, and on the west side where the bike bridge is, that will be cities and the easement there. It basically ended up being around 23 acres, but we're going to survey it together to say exactly how much it needs to be. So,
Okay, and at that point, if a vertical developer were to come in and say, hey, can we take more of that, can we take some of that parkland?
that's a negotiation you'd have to have.
But that would be up.
Yeah,
we would
you're in
negotiate that.
complete control of that.
Effectively, what we did is we locked their ability to take any portion of that property without the city's consent.
I'm sorry, you what?
So effectively, what we did is we locked the developer's ability to tap into that area without the city's consent. So we've put it under our control under the purchase and sale agreement, but until we close on it, they need our consent to be able to deviate from that.
And the property still has to be subdivided, so there has to be a subdivider agreement anyway to create legal parcels.
Okay. And on the parcel piece, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Are we thinking that this is going to be parceled out, right? We are not going to get one developer for all of it.
Our hope is there'd be one developer for all of it, so the infrastructure would be with one development plan. It's separated right now into 3 pieces because of Powdermaker Creek in the parkland, and the bike bridge and an easement. So there's actually 2 divisions that create 3 pieces. And so there are potentially 3 pieces there. There could be 8, 10 pieces. There could be, in any respect, there's going to be at least 3 subdivisions and probably more.
And with us obtaining 23 acres of parkland, we still do not, it is not decided at this moment or at the moment of 1219 passage that a TIF is the only funding source, or that is
That is absolutely
the sole
correct.
that is the sole funding for 23 acres of park. I'm just trying to make this very clear.
Understood.
1219 passage does or does not equal a TIF to obtain 23 acres of parkland.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the specific provision here in the interim development agreement, but there is a provision in the interim development agreement that we have to first tap into grants if they're available. We have to tap into other funding sources before we get into the TIF. So that, just because there is what we have in place is the possibility to get a TIF, but it doesn't preclude any other way. It could be that the developer at one point, the vertical developer comes in and decides to donate the property to the city and get a tax advantage. All of that is still available. This does not foreclose any of those possibilities coming into the future.
And then, I'm sorry, one last thing. So then at that point, we would need to be looking to the administration to start building these intergovernmental agreements, metro parks, Lorain County. I mean, right, this is when is the appropriate time that those types of conversations, those types of agreements start to form and move forward and have some breath behind them?
I think once there is the vertical developer in place, once you have the parameters, that's the point when you start having those kinds of, but in terms of grants, I think there is already, some of that work is already in place with Todd's help to try to get grants, at least on the environmental components, that is already something being considered. But the issue is, to get a grant, you have to show that you have control, and that's where you have to be further along to prove some control to be able to do that. But I think any available grant should be sought and they should be looked into right away. We should not wait until the last minute to start looking for grants.
And on that, what about like lobbying efforts and the like?
There could be so a lot of the development that has happened downtown, for instance, where there has been a lot of lobbying. I don't mean those have usually been done by the private developers reaching out to the Chamber of Commerce, the Greater Cleveland Partnership, and them doing the lobbying downstate. So I think once you have the vertical developers is in place, in terms of lobbying at the State House, I presume that would be something that they would be working toward. The city, I think our part in this is only the park. So in terms of what we would it's really that they're going to need more incentives for the bigger development if it's possible to do some of that through legislation as opposed to just available grants.
Okay. That's all my questions.
We can come back to you if you need.
Thanks.
Okay. I have a couple questions, and just one really. There was some discussion about this being spot zoning or contract zoning. Can you explain to council why that's not the case?
Sure.
Please.
So, two things. So those are two separate legal doctrines, spot zoning and then contract zoning. There's actually a case out of the Ohio Supreme Court from Beechwood where somebody tried to claim that it was spot zoning, and the court came back and said the size of it being that many acres, by definition, it's not spot zoning. When we're talking about spot zoning, we're talking about doing something out of context, taking an acre here or half an acre here, spot zoning it completely out of context within the surrounding areas. That's not what spot zoning is here. We're talking about an entire district. Just because it's owned by one party, we don't look to the private ownership of property, we look to the size of the property and the compatibility with the surrounding area when we look to whether it's spot zoning or not. With respect to contract zoning, actually, that is something that's specifically why the interim development agreement does not commit the city to zone anything, and that it's completely within the discretion of the council to adopt the zoning or not adopt the zoning. The interim development agreement only placed the requirement on the administration to support. And again, there's a difference between support and advocate. It was only to support the rezoning so it's already been through the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission has made changes to it. It's been through council. There's been additional changes to it. So we're not even doing it pursuant to a contract that's even already gone through changes through the legislative process from what was anticipated in the IDA.
And one more question, relative to beach access and the submerged land lease. There's nothing here that says that we're not going to have any beach access, is there?
No.
Can you explain that, please?
I'll defer to Todd on that, but there is no prohibition. It's something that would have to be worked out because it's owned by the state. You could have your own submerged land lease with the state.
But the submerged land lease has to do with the concrete that's in the lake.
Correct.
Not the area that is clearly accessible. We can certainly walk, and we have the beach access as well.
And the area within the survey that would be purchased,
Right.
you'd have full access to that.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I think the hardest part for me is ensuring, how do we know for sure that everything you said is gonna happen?
Yeah.
Or not, well, but same with Todd. I mean, these are, we're playing a trust game here too. And I've been here for 5 months, so, you know, this is,
I would hope the council is familiar with our history and our reputation. There's a lot at stake for us than this specific project. But I would say you don't have to take our word for it. Read the contracts that have been drafted. The language that Mr. Koss read, that's not language that I put in an email. That's language I was quoting contractual language to him out of the contract, the city's sole discretion. The commitments on the TIF and what would happen to the TIF and the flexibility on the TIF. That's all in contractual language in the agreement itself. I think Mr. Phillips, when he stood up here tonight, pointed to council that the only liability, if you were not to go through with the purchase of the land, is the $100 loss of the deposit. So I think look to the contract language itself, look to Mr. Phillips' affirmation of the remedy that it's only $100 as to the outs that are available to the city.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Shamir.
Before Mr. Malou, please, can you kind of elaborate on how the TIF structure would evolve with multiple developers?
Sure. Keep in mind that there's going to be a development plan for the entire, so even if it's phased, there's one development plan. The TIF would be for the entire area, but the TIF is the TIF. I think it's important not to confuse the issuance of the debt versus the TIF. So the TIF would be adopted for the entire area. The debt would be issued in tranches in different series. So whatever series, so it's not like you're going to the market and getting $60 million in one series. That could be done in phases based on what you need, because the money would not come in until the development is there. So effectively, the phase that's ready to go is the phase that you'd go out to the bond market for the financing on that.
So as a follow-up, as it pertains to schools, the 30-year TIF and the ending of that TIF starts all at the same time, or at the point of a developer coming in and kickstarting?
That would have to be as part of the negotiation in terms of how the ordinance would work and how it could be done either way. Sometimes it's the TIF commences on the parcel from when the parcel becomes you get the revenue on it for 30 years. Sometimes you could do it for the entire property for 30 years from start to finish. That would all be part of the negotiation in terms of how it's structured. It's possible in both ways.
So as a follow-on, so once that TIF starts and the clock starts, the responsibility of performance and completion of the project on time is obviously with the developer.
They have every incentive to do that because that's when they start making revenue. I mean, they would start making money. But I would just also, a couple of points. I know, you know, just I'm going outside of your question, but just sort of for clarity of the council. I've been involved in a lot of these, you know, economic feasibility, economic sensitivity projects. Whether you do it for a sports park, whether you do it for a convention center, whether you do the economic impact, you actually have some clear parameters. Even though it's hypothetical, even though it's speculative, you have some very clear parameters through which you do that kind of analysis. In this case, when I sit there and think I have 15 possible allowed uses, 12 as of right, 3 conditional uses, with any number of combinations in between, I have a better chance of guessing what the lottery is than actually so at that point, when you do an economic feasibility study, you're literally hiring somebody to give you the answer that you want, because there are way too many variables in that equation that you're not getting any reliable data in terms of what you get out of it. But the question, sorry, I forgot what you were going with the question.
The question was the structure of the TIF, and if the delay takes place and
Sure. So yeah, keep in mind when the TIF is issued, and even the numbers that we're talking about here, when the bonds are issued, I doubt a significant number of the bonds that would be issued here would be private placement, would be public placement. So that means there would be a rating for them. That means the bondholders would have to be protected. So there will be, other than the city itself, the bondholders would need the assurance that this is a viable project, that it's going to succeed. There will be a rating of it. All of those things will be considered as part of it. When the debt is issued for that component, the money to build it is there. Even if the developer went bankrupt, the money is sitting with the trustee for the project to happen.
I guess my worry is not so much that money being there at that point of time. If there are delays that drag, then at the tail end, the city's revenues are going to be impacted. The school's revenues will be impacted. So that is, and maybe you could kind of educate me on how that would be managed.
I'm having a hard time envisioning what you mean, because it's the TIF only starts when the improvement happens, right? That's when the abatement commences.
So I start a project.
Okay.
And let's say not go belly up, but I have to slow it down because of other financial commitments. The project drags out. So when
the 30 years would have already kicked in from when you commenced construction,
exactly.
not from substantial completion.
Exactly. So at that point, when I commence construction, all of a sudden, I mean, there are projects that sit with steel in the ground, and they sit for 3-4 years because of adverse conditions or better ROI somewhere else. So what happens in that lag? Because that would have an adverse impact on the city's return.
Let me answer specifically for the schools and what we've shared with the schools and what is in your data room and in the TIF model that's there. There's a difference between TIF bonds and proceeds from taxes being paid and a pilot agreement, because you'll enter into a pilot agreement to make payments to the school district. And those pilot payments are per a contract. And so the pilot payment may have, it's not been negotiated yet, payments starting at commencement while there's no tax proceeds yet. And so what we did in the model that I shared with your finance director is that we have payments being made to the schools before there's any tax proceeds or buildings in place, because it takes a couple of years to build it and then a year to get on the tax rolls and a year to get paid. And the schools in 22 said, look, we need money up front. We can't wait that long. And so we built into the model, in the pilot payments, in the bond proceeds being issued, dollars being paid to the school districts through the pilot agreement. And so in the case of delays, it doesn't void the pilot agreement. It is still in place, and the guarantees that the developer provided for the issuance of the bonds and funds for that stand behind it.
It's the guarantee of the minimum service payment.
So I fully understand that component.
Yeah.
At day 30 years, if the delay continues, the pilots would pay, but they're not at the, let's say if it's 1 million versus 5 million, what happens at day 30?
It's a guaranteed minimum service payment.
So it's a guaranteed minimum.
And
so
then typically it accelerates because you exceed it.
Yeah.
You know.
But you're still not going to receive that full until that fund is fully paid out to the lender.
No, the guaranteed minimum service payment would be going to the lender. The developer may have to come with the money from
Yeah,
somewhere else
to
to
fill it.
make the minimum
The
service
guarantee is
payment,
gonna
or the
step in
guarantor
for
is
the
on the
pilot
hook.
if this
So,
allows that.
if I may, if I can understand, so at date 30 years, the schools would receive, as per that model, let's say, $5.5 million.
On
On
year
day-
31,
on
yeah.
30 years and 1 day, the schools would be guaranteed the full amount.
Yes, the only thing I just sort of, because keep in mind, Ohio, the taxes are billed in arrears, so we're always a year behind.
Okay, so
But
year
it's-
31. So the schools would be guaranteed the full amount.
Well, I think that, again, the Lorraine County auditor has very strict rules on how you underwrite and how you price these things. You may not escalate in your analysis the taxes being paid. You may not increase the assessed valuation of the asset when the bonds are sold. So 5.5 million is really the present value of those taxes, but 30 years from now, and you all are taxpayers, has your property value gone up? Have your taxes gone up? And so it's a very conservative model because it doesn't underwrite reality. It underwrites these artificial rules to suppress values to make it more feasible.
And
to be
at
honest.
that point, effectively, the TIF, the abatement is gone, right? So it's paid, you're paying taxes in the same way that you and I pay taxes on our house or any other
The
commercial.
lockbox
It's
is
gone.
disappears and it goes straight to the schools.
But as far as it's built.
All right. Can
Yeah,
we-
sorry.
Anyone else have any questions? Go ahead, Ms. Gentry.
So when the properties are built up and we've started you've built the commercial space or retail space, we're anticipating, I think on the sheet it said $231,000 income tax
For just those people working on the site.
for the people working on the site.
In maintenance jobs and
Right.
support.
Yeah. So what happens if, and I know that there was income tax information in there. If as we're building out in phases, you've anticipated kind of the
$2 or $3 million for
when that's
income
gonna,
tax from the construction.
right. And I think it basically washed out between the construction versus when the people are actually there working. If split the construction over 5 years is basically wash. So what happens in the scenario where there aren't enough people to fill that want to buy?
Well, first of all, apartments.
Excuse me, you're gonna have to go forward. So
I'm sorry.
No condo development's gonna happen without pre-sale. So there's not gonna be any shovel in the dirt until there's a pre-sale.
Okay.
Okay? So that's the facts there. From an apartment standpoint, these are institutional grade investments that are underwritten with leasing taking place in advance of many of these apartments, but they're phased. And so you're gonna see 100-unit, 7-unit buildings going up. And the next phase not starting until they're confident that the next phase is feasible.
Okay.
And so it's designed that way to match the marketplace. We did an absorption analysis of the entire area and then the west side of Cleveland and Lorraine County, and then forecasted what you could absorb. And then if you look at the TIF model, it has an absorption schedule showing when these units come up, when they come online, when they go on the tax rolls. And, that market analysis, is pretty conservative because it takes 6 to 8 years to build out. Most of these people we're talking to want to build 300 or 600 units pretty fast.
Okay.
Because you can't have just one building on that site.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
You're good. Any other questions?
Probably, but I can't think of any right now.
All right. Any
Brain's
more
fried.
comments?
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Reynolds.
Thanks. I'll keep this brief because I'm starting to learn that if I talk after Mr. Koss, he tends to hit all the points that I want to make. I won't hold that against him, though. One of the biggest complaints that I get in talking to people, I've talked to a lot of people on the phone, a lot of emails, is, like, this information is just, it's incomplete. These aren't real numbers. We need more information before we move forward. Yeah, absolutely. I agree. And the reason our numbers are incomplete and they don't seem to be super valuable is because we don't have actual data from a vertical developer. The way we get data from the vertical developer is by passing the framework, which is what this is. That's all this is. This is not locking us into a plan. This is not committing us to anything other than framework so we can see the plan. And that is what I've reiterated over and over again. That is how we get the vertical developer to start the TIF negotiations. That is how this ball gets rolling. It does not commit us. It's not going to bankrupt the city within 3 years. If we have the framework in place, I'm voting yes on this because we need the numbers. I want the data. I agree. I rely on my experts, our experts in this. I am not an expert, and I thank you, Ms. Gentry, for possibly providing another expert for us to look into financially. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Mrs. Goodwin.
Can I ask Mr. Shamir a question?
Sure. Why not?
Okay.
You want a question?
Sure.
Always
like questions.
No, is it really? I just need to. Can you explain after, like, all this information tonight? Can you explain what is still left that's very unclear for? And the reason I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'm asking because you and I have had a lot of detailed conversations about this long before I sat in this seat. And I am trying to, this has been a very emotional and this has been a pretty reckless 3 weeks on me because of my involvement with this project since it started. And I had a whole spiel, but I'm not going to go into it because of time. But I need to understand from your perspective too, after all the questions and things that were answered tonight, what still is unclear to you. And I think the reason that I'm so passionate about that is because I know no one's coming to save us. The state is not coming to save us. Some random funding source is not going to do this for us. So Avon Lake's responsible for Avon Lake. We need to be able to make this decision moving forward responsibly. I fully understand that. The reason I want to know this from you is because I respect and value all the time and effort that you've done for this, and I feel very grateful to have you as part of this community and to have this knowledge. And I don't want to disrespect that, but over the last few weeks, I've also been called out for being too young and too inexperienced to make this decision. And I think that is, I'm actually going to be alive, hopefully, and my children to see what comes of that place. So I may not be the smartest person in the room. I'm definitely the youngest right here, but I am no younger than Mr. Kaz when he started this position. And I feel very strongly that whatever decision I make tonight, because I'm going to be really honest, I'm still very confused. Not that it's going to matter, but I need to know that I just need to know where you're at after all this.
Well,
thank you. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Mr. Schumer.
If I may, I don't think you're too young, and I don't think that you're a baby in the woods when it comes to decision making. I'll tell you this, we all come from different worlds, different environments. I spent my life doing assumption-based economic sensitivities. assumption-based is how you develop in my field. So when I'm told that you can't make assumptions, well, I look at where we are today. We are here because of assumptions. Now, economic sensitivity tells us what those assumptions may look like under the best of scenarios, under the worst of scenarios. When you understand the best and the worst, then you know what your limits are. My concern is going into this thing without a clear understanding of what my worst case is and what my best case is. The data is here. We know how we got here. The story, I think, Mr. Esborn, I asked him at the Economic Development Committee meeting today, and he gave a pretty succinct history of where we are. So, yes, we know that the community wanted a park. Yes, we know that they wanted beach access. Yes, we know that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yes, we know that this could be the best thing that ever happened for Avon Lake since the construction of that power plant, which was an engineering marvel at the time that it was constructed. But as a business person, I never put my money on guessing or assuming. Even when I have assumptions, I test those assumptions against the best case and the worst case. Because I've worked hard to earn that buck, and if I'm going to invest that buck in something, I want to know what is my upside, and I want to know what is my downside. I have no issue with this development. I truly want to see it happen. But, as I said the day that I found out that the infrastructure data and the economics were available, I asked the question of Mr. Shields, why in the heck didn't you give us this so we could all be singing off the same sheet of music? This was my question. If we had the time, as long as this information was available, we could be there right now. And spending another month, 2 months, 3 months to get comfortable with what we're dealing with is my situation. I have never approached any of my colleagues to vote one way or another. That's not my style. I will make my mind based on my life experiences. I will also look at my constituents, and that is where I am. So when you ask me the question, do I feel comfortable? Not quite, because when somebody tells me you don't make assumption-based economic sensitivity analysis, I have to question why. And that to me is a function of who I am and my life experiences. So I don't know if I answered it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? I went through some of the information that I had written down here. I'm just going to kind of summarize it now, and that is that I feel that to delay this project now is going to cause lost tax revenue, inflation of construction cost, and delayed infrastructure and traffic improvements. The problem with trying to send it back right now is that it assumes that the basis, without basis, that concessions negotiated earlier are better than negotiations conducted once all the cards are on the table. I don't feel all the cards are on the table, but I do feel that once we have a vertical developer that we will have all the cards on the table, and the city will be in a tremendous position at that point to demand what is needed to make sure that this project will go forward. I'm concerned that we can't let this project collapse, and I just wonder how many other investments won't come forward because Avon Lake has become too burdensome for any developer or business, not just Ayler, to invest in our city and its economy. And I ran into a situation like that myself, actually, here. While I don't know what the final plan is going to be, I do know what the current conceptual plan is. And what I can tell you is that Avon Lake has a zoning code, particularly section 1238, which provides the city with the ability to require wise use and management of the land to ensure adequate public infrastructure, including the beneficial relationship between the uses of land and the circulation of all forms of traffic throughout the city. I do want to say that relative to the Metro Parks, they are an important partner that we're going to need to have in this park and in this project going forward. We as citizens of Avon Lake spend a lot of money through our taxes supporting that park and that park system, the Metro Parks. Failure of them to be involved would just not be very forthcoming by them. I also think that the words Mr. Zemanek said are very important. And I know, finally, that we've had some lack of information, but we have received the information. We've had the ability to review the information. And the time has not been the greatest amount of time to do that. But it is time for the city to move forward. The city must move forward to try and get the best project, the best development, and become known for the great revitalization that we were involved with in the power plant. It will take all of us here to do that as we go forward. And I support 1219. And at this point, unless there's any other conversation, yes, Ms. Gentry?
So, I just wanted to know if the economic analysis comes back and indicates that there's a problem up there and that we, for whatever reason, the expenses are more than what the income will bring in. Are we able to modify 1219 to accommodate changes that would make it more economically feasible?
I don't know what would be done to modify it. We know what they've provided us through the NDA. We do have a lot of information. I'm comfortable with it. I believe that the project is fiscally capable of producing and sustaining itself. But I suspect we could always initiate at some point another 1219 or 12 whatever if we find that necessary. But I don't know how that would basically improve anything at this point, but that's just my opinions. Thank you. Mrs. Goodwin, you had your hand up?
I just have one small thing. I'm sorry. I do want to be very clear that I don't believe that this project has a strong leader as a whole. I think that is something that we need to really evaluate as a city. Ms. Grunick mentioned it. We need a quarterback, just like the Cleveland Browns. But we need ours to win. And I can say all that because if you've seen my garage, you'd know. But I moving forward, no matter what happens tonight, this vote it's a lot. Moving forward tonight, this is more than zoning. This is a project for the future, like Council President Smith said. And I do want to be very clear that my vote tonight is not a rejection of development. I absolutely support the redevelopment of this land. I want that to be a positive space for my family to create new memories for a very long time to come. I have made my comments to the gentleman out here over the last few days, and I support pursuing meaningful lakefront access, economic revitalization, environmental progress, and a stronger future for Avon Lake, but I don't support continuing this process as though the city's preparation, communication, and long-term planning efforts surrounding a project of this magnitude have been acceptable, because they haven't. I hope to send a very clear message that the level of preparation going into this vote, especially as a new council member, that we cannot continue this path moving forward. We need to approach transformational projects. We cannot continue to approach transformational projects reactively while expecting residents to simply trust the process. We have to do better. This is the inflection point. We all need to agree that from tonight on, this is different. This process is different. And there, I'm done.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll, please.
Mr. Shamir?
No.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mrs. Fenderbosh?
Yes.
Ms. Gentry?
No.
Mrs. Goodwin?
No.
Mr. Koss?
Yes.
Mr. Reynolds?
Yes.
The legislation has passed 4-3. All right. If we could move to the next ordinance, number 26-37R.
An ordinance.
Go ahead, would read by title only, please.
An ordinance rezoning a 43.23 acre site at 335770 Lake Road from general industrial I-2 and single-family residence R-1A to special commerce district B3 and declaring an emergency.
Mr. Reynolds.
I move for passage of ordinance number 26-37R.
Discussion.
Should I start?
Discussion.
Yeah, I mean, this is, as it states, shifting it from industrial to B3. This was something that the city wanted and got in this agreement. This is important safety measure for the city.
Any further discussion? Yes, Mr. Koss.
Yeah, thank you. Was there gonna be any discussion on that emergency clause?
Yeah.
Mr. Reynolds?
Yeah, I didn't know what time
Okay.
to do that. I
This,
saw.
this time.
Got it. I move to amend ordinance number 26-37R to remove the emergency provision and add the provision that ordinance number 26-37R shall be in full force and effect from and after the earliest period allowed by law.
Any discussion on the motion? Call the roll, please, to remove the emergency clause.
Mr. Shamir?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mrs. Fenderbosh?
Yes.
Ms. Gentry?
Yes.
Mrs. Goodwin?
Yes.
Mr. Koss,
Yes.
Mr. Reynolds?
Yes.
That has passed. Continue with discussion. That will be under 26-37 without the emergency clause. Anything further, Mr. Reynolds?
Not from me, thank you.
Anyone else? All right, if the clerk would call the roll, please.
Mr. Shamir?
Yes.
Mrs. Fenderbosh? I'm sorry.
Yes.
That's not,
I went out of order, I'm
yes,
sorry.
you did. Please start over.
Mr. Shamir?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mrs. Fenderbosh?
Yes.
Ms. Gentry?
Yes.
Mrs. Goodwin?
Yes.
Mr. Koss,
Yes.
Mr. Reynolds?
Yes.
That has passed without the emergency clause on it. If the clerk would read by title only, resolution number 26-39.
A resolution acknowledging acceptance of a capital improvement community park recreation conservation project pass-through grant agreement with the Ohio Department of Natural Resources and declaring an emergency.
Mrs. Fenderbosh.
Thank you, Council President. I move for passage of resolution number 26-39.
Discussion.
Yes, as has been stated, House Bill number 2, the 135th General Assembly, the state of Ohio has appropriated funds in the amount of $50,000 to make a grant to the grantee for the costs associated with the construction of the park and recreation or conservation facility, an appropriation item number, and this is for the state, C725E2, which we describe as the Avon Lake Veterans Park gazebo. $1,000 will be held back for the administrative fees with the Ohio Department of Natural Resources, and this will be a reimbursement of funds that have been spent for the Veterans Park gazebo in Avon Lake.
Any further discussion? Please call the roll.
Mr. Shamir?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mrs. Fenderbosh?
Yes.
Ms. Gentry?
Yes.
Mrs. Goodwin?
Yes.
Mr. Cos?
Yes.
Mr. Reynolds?
Yes.
That has passed. We're on to second readings. If the clerk would read by title only, please. Ordinance number 26-41.
An ordinance amending ordinance number 25-193, appropriations for fiscal year 2026, and declaring an emergency.
I move for the suspension of the council rule requiring 3 readings.
Mr. Shamir?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mrs. Fenderbosh?
Yes.
Ms. Gentry? Mrs. Goodwin?
Yes.
Mr. Cos?
Yes.
Mr. Reynolds?
Yes.
Suspension of the rule is passed. I move for passage of ordinance number 26-41. Discussion, I will turn it over to the finance director.
Thank you, Council President. So we do these budget adjustments several times during the year as needs arise. And we do just a few to point out. There's a fire department settlement that is needed to be budgeted, and also some community center, the former school, some maintenance costs have come up, and also some for sale of the bonds, some fees there. And Avon Lake Regional Water has a number of adjustments in this as well.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Please call the roll.
Mr. Shamir?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mrs. Fenderbosh?
Yes.
Ms. Gentry? Mrs. Goodwin?
Yes.
Mr. Cos?
Yes.
Mr. Reynolds?
Yes.
That ordinance has passed. If the clerk would read by title only, resolution number 26-42, please.
A resolution adopting and declaring the 2027 tax budget and declaring an emergency.
I move for the suspension of the rule, the council rule requiring 3 readings.
Mr. Shamir?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mrs. Fenderbosh?
Yes.
Ms. Gentry?
Yes.
Mrs. Goodwin?
Yes.
Mr. Cos?
Yes.
Mr. Reynolds?
Yes.
I move for passage of resolution number 26-42. In discussion, I'll turn this over to the finance director as well.
Thank you, Council President. So this is the first piece of the budgeting process for 2027, and it is a very preliminary budget. We did build some increases in for personnel costs and insurance costs, that type of thing. And we do keep revenues pretty much level for the purpose of this particular budget. And this will be revised once we go through the regular budget process in the fall.
Thank you. Any questions? If not, if the clerk would call the roll, please.
Mr. Shamir?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mrs. Fenderbosh?
Yes.
Ms. Gentry?
Yes.
Mrs. Goodwin?
Yes.
Mr. Cos?
Yes.
Mr. Reynolds?
Yes.
Resolution 26-42 was passed. We now move on to first readings, which was added tonight. If the clerk would read by title only, ordinance number 26-43, or resolution, I'm sorry, 26-43.
A resolution authorizing the finance director to disperse the Job Growth Incentive Program Awards for the tax year 2025 and declaring an emergency.
Mr. Shamir.
This is part of the Job Growth Incentive Program that by ordinance we have to dispense before or 60 days after the tax day. So it is going to be on an emergency basis, passing on second reading.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Shamir? All right, that concludes the first reading of resolution number 26-43. Are there any miscellaneous business or announcements? Yes, Mr. Cos.
Yeah, I just want to say I'm really proud of all of my colleagues up here. This has been hard, and I thought everybody was excellent tonight with their points, great points all around. And I'm really proud that you guys serve alongside me.
Thank you, Mr. Cos. Yes, Mrs. Goodwin.
And with the passage of ordinance 1219, I believe that this is my appropriate way to talk about bringing up the community task force situation.
Okay.
Now, I have some bulleted things around it, but I think I would, after tonight, I think I would rather speak more with some individuals and put some more bones around this, and have some more discussions with you before we put anything official forward, if that's okay.
That's fine.
But I wanted to bring it up because
Yeah,
I want it on the record that we're gonna do something.
That
so.
can you explain what your
Sure.
basic concept is?
Yes. So with the passage of ordinance 1219, Avon Lake will be taking on an important step toward shaping the future of the former power plant property and our lakefront. With a project of this size and significance, public engagement cannot stop at the passage of legislation. In many ways, this is where the real work begins. I'm proposing the creation of an Avon Lake Power Plant Community Advisory Task Force as an official committee of council. The purpose of this task force is not to slow progress or create unnecessary obstacles. Its purpose is to help create transparent, collaborative space for ongoing public discussion, community education, and thoughtful review as future phases of this project continue to develop. And it will be far more clear and laid out in future. I'd say by our next meeting, it'll be finalized and things. But yeah.
Thank you very much. And we look forward to a task force such as that helping. All right, anything else? Well, seeing none, I hope everyone has a great Memorial Day weekend. Be safe, and I will listen to Mr. Cos.
Move to adjourn.
Please call the roll.
Mr. Shamir?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mrs. Fenderbosh?
Yes.
Ms. Gentry? Mrs. Goodwin?
Yes.
Mr. Cos?
Yes.
Mr. Reynolds?
No.
Thank you very much. 6-1, the meeting's
Motion.
adjourned.